Welcome, everybody, here at the Segal Theatre Center, the Graduate Center CUNY, and welcome to everybody who listens to us from around the world. We have an extraordinary program today. The New York theater community came together for readings and conversations as New York theater artists for Ukraine. 24 very important, significant New York theater institutions came together to present 12 hours of programming, and I'm just going to read through the names. It's very impressive. It's, you know, what New York City stands for. There could have been many, many others, but these are the ones who are with us: the Abrons Art Center, the Brooklyn Academy of Music, CUNY Stages, the Here Art Center, HowlRound, La Mama, Mabou Mines, Ma Yi Theater Company, Nuyorican Poets Cafe, Pen America, PS 21, St. Anne's Warehouse, the Park Avenue Armory, the Performance Space New York, the National Black Theater, Noor Theatre, the Play Company, the Public Theater, the Shed, Torn Page, Theater Without Borders, the Ukrainian Actors of New York, Yara Arts Group, and the Great Watermill Center with Bob Wilson will all join us today, and to express our outreach of what is happening in the Ukraine, but especially our deep, deep sadness about the bombing of the Donetsk Regional Drama Theater in Mariupol in the Ukraine, where 300 people died in a space that is sacred to all of us. They were seeking shelter and refuge, and we cannot really do something. In a way, we feel helpless. On the other hand, we want to give some signals through the flames with our contribution to know that this is on our mind, Ukraine is on our mind, and that it is an outrageous injustice wherever theaters are bombed and people die inside. So this is a way, in a symbolic way, an imaginary way, but also in a real way to give a contribution, and also to hear, what do artists have to say? We need to listen to artists. They are on the right side of justice, on the right side of social progress. They are in the present, but also anticipate the future. And people also want to hear, what do artists think? And especially, I think, theater artists who wrestle with themes of peace and war, about life and death, in all the works they are doing. And we're going to start today with a fantastic organization we put in the very beginning, Pen America, the great organization that supports writers. They organize writers, novelists, poets, essayists, journalists, and they're also so well known for their journalistic work. And with us today, we have translators, Amina Fani, Caridat Switch, Neil Blackadder, but with us, Alison Markin Powell, who works very closely for Pen, and who is with us here, and she is representing Pen America. So Alison, welcome to the very, very opening of our 12 hours. How are you today?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. I feel very grateful to be here. Thank you, Frank, for inviting Pen America to participate and to help kick off this marathon. It's an honor to be a part of it. So, and I'm very excited to have these artists with us here today. So, so again, my name is Alison Markin Powell, and I am a member. I'm a literary translator from the Japanese first. I'm based in New York City. I'm a member and former co-chair of Pen America's Translation Committee, and I represent the Translation Committee on Pen's Board of Trustees. Russia's attack on Ukraine is a manifestation of the existential threats facing democracy worldwide. We stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine as they defend their freedoms and their democracy from this egregious assault. Since 2017, Pen America has been partnering with Pen Ukraine to support and strengthen it as an organization. In that time, Pen Ukraine has significantly expanded its staff and its membership of Ukrainian writers, artists, and journalists, and the organization has become a leader in the defense of free expression and the celebration of Ukrainian literature and culture. Today, we are deeply humbled by the courage and resolve our colleagues at Pen Ukraine have demonstrated. Most of the organization's 140 members remain in the country. Many of them are writing and speaking out about the war, and some have joined the territorial defense forces. In response to the crisis, we have mobilized resources to offer emergency support to writers and artists, and Pen America has rallied our members here in the US to offer our support and solidarity. We have sought to uplift the voices of Ukrainian writers and to celebrate Ukrainian culture in this moment of grave threat. As part of that effort, In May, we will welcome several Ukrainian writers to the PEN World Voices Festival, including PEN Ukraine president and renowned author Andrei Kurkov, who will deliver the Arthur Miller Freedom to Write lecture on Friday, May 13th at NYU's Segal Center. As we look to the uncertain future, we are exploring different ways we can support Ukrainian writers and artists to continue their creative work, to ensure their voices are heard around the globe, and to defend and preserve Ukrainian culture. Translation has always been a centerpiece of PEN's work. With this ongoing war, we are forced to ask the question, how do we translate, communicate, explain, and make real these events, these tragedies of the moment? Art, theater, and especially writing serve an important function to tell the stories of our time. Writers act as witnesses to what really happened. The written word will serve as an archive for future generations when they learn about and study this war. Stringing words together can help to create meaning out of these chaotic, disturbing times. As translators, we are charged with mediating such stories, carrying them across distances, across borders, and across languages. Not only word by word, but also putting everything within context. We attempt to transmit these writers' experiences, the sounds, the voices, the terror, as well as the accumulated history. We are fortunate to have with us today several extremely talented and accomplished theater translators, artists themselves, who will share short excerpts from their work. Some of these relate to the situation intellectuals and artists find themselves in during wartime, or they are about a moment in the life of someone in wartime, or they refer to the questions we all ask ourselves about the impossibilities of comprehending the magnitude of war. I'd like to thank Frank Henschker once again for inviting us to participate in this event, and I'd like to introduce Neil Blackadder, who translates drama and prose from German and French. His play translations have been presented at many New York venues, including the Segal Center, the Cherry, and the Austrian Cultural Forum.
Thanks, Alison, and I too am very pleased and honored to have been invited to be part of this. I'm from England myself, and have spent time in Germany and France, and I very much believe in the idea of Europe, and am appalled by this assault that's taking place on Europe, on its eastern edge. I'm going to read a short excerpt from a play by the Austrian writer Ewald Palmertshofer. The play is called Die Unverheiratete, The Unmarried Woman, which premiered in Vienna in 2014. It's a complicated play in terms of its storytelling, but at the very end of the script, there's a note that reads as follows. In April 1945, a few days before the end of the Nazi dictatorship, a 20-year-old soldier from Upper Austria, who had been denounced as a deserter, was sentenced to death and executed. So this play explores how war disrupts moral issues among people, such as responsibility, loyalty, and betrayal, the kind of thing that's happening right now in Ukraine, especially with the complex relationship between Ukraine and Russia. The play focuses on the woman who denounced the young man, who is now old. She's spent many years in prison. She's the one who overheard the young man on the phone, apparently telling his father he wanted to desert. And a lot of the play revolves around, involves a chorus who are sort of reconstructing in the courtroom what happened and what the accused said. So the excerpt I'm going to read includes a short speech by the accused woman and then the chorus. Those were my orders from the section leader. I told him one of them wanted to stay. That was the law. Just one night and no longer. Then, just as my commission requires, I reported it the next day. And in answer to the question whether she might not at some point also have said in her report that this man, this soldier, apparently wants to take off as soon as he's got hold of some civilian clothes that fit him, that's exactly what the earlier witness said. That he said on the phone, just because he was young, that if you had some clothes, civilian ones, then you could run away. The fantasy of a child, as the father specified. A flight of fancy, a hope, a pipe dream, nothing more. He was laughing, the father says emphatically. He was laughing as he said it. It was a joke just for the hell of it. We have to take into account the young age of the son, of the child, since that always and all over the world brings with it a tendency to build hopes in your thoughts, and especially in dark times. Because apart from that, by God, there wasn't much to laugh about in those days. If you just had some clothes, Father, note if you had, then you could. No, Father, I know, of course. The father stated that he said, you can't do that. The woman says, now that's a lie. He never said that. How can that be? Says the judge. She said just before that she hardly heard, only parts of the telephone call from the next room, from the kitchen. If she's now vehemently disputing that very thing, then she must have been listening most attentively to the conversation with great curiosity. If now all of a sudden she's denying with such certainty, let's not forget that the father is a witness whose reliability we have no reason to question, and his reputation is flawless, so that there's no reason to doubt the truthfulness of his statements, in contrast to her who, in addition to this, is suspected of having been an illegal member of the party, adds the prosecutor. Obviously, she was standing at the door listening, and the next day could think of nothing better to do than to rush off to the section leader, filled with evil malice, in order to intentionally do the deadliest possible harm to this son, this child. Okay, that's the end of what I wanted to share with you all. I will now introduce the next reader. I'm glad to introduce Amin Irfani. Amin is a translator of contemporary French theatre, as well as a scholar of avant-garde literature. Amin is a professor of French language and literature at Lehman College at the University of New York. Amin.
Thank you, Neil. And thank you, Frank and Alison as well. I just want to say quickly that my internet seems skippy, so I'm going to try to speak slow and make sure that you understand what I'm saying. I am originally from Iran, and I left Iran when I was 5 as refugee with my family. So what is happening here in Ukraine speaks quite a bit to my own history. So I'm going to speak about one avant-garde playwright, Valère Novarina, but before that, I wanted to basically give context to that quote by asking a question. And the question that I would like to ask is, what is the role and responsibility of the translator during wartime? Not simply that of the interpreter facilitating communication, like the Afghan translators who aided American soldiers for decades, and many of them were left at the hand of the Taliban after the recent American withdrawal. And not just the translator either, as someone who makes a text in one language understandable in another. Both of these definitions included, I regard the translator more fundamentally as someone who first bears witness to, and second, takes responsibility for transmitting something that may entirely escape comprehension. It could be, for example, an event so traumatic, no one could truly translate it, let alone explain it. Famously, Theodore Adorno declared that it is barbaric to write poetry after Auschwitz, but some poets, as Paul Celan, did just that without compromising on the impossibility of explaining that trauma. Paul Celan's notoriously obscure poems have in turn been translated in many languages, but the best form of translation tries to keep the obscurity of Celan's poems intact, instead of clarifying, explaining, or washing down that obscurity. Today, the horrors of Bucha, of Mariupol, and tragically the horrors of the war in Ukraine that we have not yet discovered, and some that have not yet been committed but will be committed, all of these unimaginable horrors call for translation, but a translation that challenges our political discourse, our preconceived representations, and the conceptual tools we utilize to make sense of war. Now, translation and theater have something to teach us about confronting the impossible. One of my translations is of the great avant-garde French playwright Valère Novarina, who writes in a text titled My Incomprehensible Mother Tongue about a young Hungarian man named István, who was his mother's former lover, a Jewish man who, later deported by the Nazis, died in Auschwitz. Novarina recounts that when he was a child, his mother used to play on the piano a song written by her, written for her by István. So I quote Novarina now. In my father's absence, my mother's recital went on a bit further. It ended with the Hungarian song. Although my mother did not speak that language, she always knew this song, which István, a young student she met in Geneva, composed for her. He had proposed. My mother was not 18 and my grandfather objected. István returned to Hungary. Years later, my mother learned that he died in Auschwitz. Novarina continues, I don't know what impact this song made on my brother, but it took me each and every time into a deep dream state, saying to me that I could have been Hungarian, Jew, or not have been at all, because István died during deportation before my birth. To me, Hungarian became some sort of a secret second homeland, and the Hungarian language of all foreign languages, one that touched me instantly and profoundly, like an incomprehensible mother tongue. Novarina's theatrical writing, which is notoriously obscure, constantly creating new words, unraveling endless and incomprehensible sentences, was deeply shaped by this experience, which was of him listening to her mother's almost done. I'm almost done. So it was shaped by this experience. Now, as a result, Novarina says that translation, like his theater, must be careful not to again wash down whatever is in the original text and keep the obscurity. That's what I wanted to finish.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Arnie.
And now, Alison, I'm going to give you the floor for a short reading.
No, I think we have to move on to Caridad. Can we introduce her, because we have only 8 minutes, and then if we have the time, we might go back. Caridad, can you introduce her? Yeah.
Caridad Svich is a playwright and translator, recipient of an Obie for lifetime achievement, and is an editor at Contemporary Theatre Review for Routledge UK.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Frank. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, wherever you may be in the world. This is from Deserts, a play by Hugo Alfredo Hinojosa, who's a Mexican playwright. This is a monologue called In the Middle of War. I hide and wait in this hole in the earth like all that time back there in that trailer. My superiors told me to wait here without uttering a single word, without letting so much out as a sigh at this hour of the day, when up there's not a sign of truce, only blasts of lightning that leave behind them pale thunder. I'm hungry, a kind of hunger now that there's nothing to eat in this place, no drinks, not even, maybe some saliva? I'm on reserve. After days of endless darkness, my radio doesn't give me orders, at least it doesn't transmit anything, only to wait. That word is insufferable, and so is everything else that could be said. A campaign should never be brutal. On the contrary, it should be like a kind of dance that stops after a couple of motions from the other side of the radio waves that tell me to wait by the gates of town. There was nothing, only dirt and some dogs left behind by their masters after the explosions. Over the fields, the houses are barely standing. Midst the debris after the shooting, we advanced. And in the middle of there, there was this old abandoned movie theater filled with soot. that the fires left behind, we moved forward, crawling across the earth like a stain of grass that was looking for a place to rest. Among those who seek out war, nervousness is something you keep close. You don't let it wait too long inside you. You have to keep it close to keep going. In war, this war, another war, too many years, a shot, another, and the battle has barely begun. Later, the calm, the telling of what went wrong. There's no one. Someone shouts. The news travels from one voice to another, leaping from one silent body to another amidst the dust and the blood. Friends assassinating other friends. The slaughter is welcome when desperation is all you have. The movie theater barely let the gunshots caress it. We walked in when it was all over and picked up the bodies of our friends, dragged them inside. A short woman with brown skin came upon us and asked us for water. Nobody paid attention to her. She looked like a phantom in this world. And that's from Deserts by Hugo Alfredo Hinojosa.
Thank you very much. We have, a couple of minutes. Alison, I don't know if you want to read from your thoughts or speak about yourself. What is it about translation and translating in a time of war?
Well, yes. I was going to read from an excerpt. I can perhaps shorten it. Lina Munzer is a writer and translator who's based in Beirut, and she has written an essay called War in Translation that I personally find to be, it's just astonishing in the way that it articulates so well the experience of and the challenges involved in translating war and trauma. This was inspired by work she did translating stories from Arabic to English for the Damascus Bureau. These were testimonies by women who were fleeing the war in Syria. And like I said, Lina says it better than I do. So I'll just read a bit of it. A bomb is a shocking experience, even to one who feels they have become a nerd to it. Each heart-hollowing concussion is a redefinition of everything you ever thought you understood. It has nothing to do with fear. Fear is something you get used to. It becomes the new baseline from which your body operates. Quivering, animal, alert. You even come in the dark malja of your consciousness to accept the idea of your own death. But the breathless outrage of being reduced to utter significance, each bomb a punctuation of this idea, is not something you ever get used to. For it is not merely your interiority that is threatened with annihilation, but the entire surrounding world that grounds it in meaning. Parks, schools, streets, friends, squares, alleys, journals, children, rivers, parents, trees, husbands, wives, orchards, snatches of celebration and joy, moments of silence and repose, the cat curled up on the garden wall, stacks of old photographs, your grandmother standing ramrod stiff for the cameraman in the first flush of her youth, the paintings carefully chosen and framed on the wall, the plants in powdered milk cans all in a row, their leaves tangled into one canopy, a brown egg on a blue plate one early morning. All the people, places, and things of your life that you have stacked and shored up against nothingness, all flattened into a grainy, featureless landscape to the inhuman scope from above. All of them collateral damage. English is the lingua franca of the media, and regardless of what I know of poetry or fiction, which has room enough to embrace foreignness, to break the audience-pleasing structure of introduction, crisis, resolution, I am always aware of the prevailing narrative of the media, because it is there that we, who are not of the predominant culture, but who write in its language, who feel ourselves always implicated in two worlds, read about ourselves most. We know how language can be used to beat the rhythm of the war drum, mustering ranks upon ranks of public support. We know how language itself can wage war against us by mimicking the same casual dehumanization of a bomb. Yeah. Everyone you know and love, terrorists, militants, strategic targets, collateral damage. The leveling of your neighborhood, an unfortunate mistake. The razing of your city, the birth pangs of a new Middle East. 7 dead, 20 wounded, 41 dead, 93 wounded, 1.2 million refugees, 2,000 migrants, all the life squeezed out of them so that they fit into one headline. Sentences become coffins too small to contain all the multitudes of grief.
Thank you. So very much. And I think so many translators all around the world you know, are sitting at their desk, so many writers all around the world and trying to create meaning. And I think the idea of translations, maybe a few words, I don't know which one of you, you know, do you think it is translatable? Does it work to transfer such events onto a page and into a reader's mind or the viewer's mind? Alison, maybe you speak for us.
No, thank you. I think it's like Amin was saying, and when he was quoting these people who have written about it, I don't know if it's possible, but I feel like, and that's what I think all of us are working towards, is that we feel it's absolutely necessary, that we must, and it's why we're here today. We must continue to share. And, you know, it's like, it's this physical experience of like having these words, these creations move through us. And, you know, I don't know if it's an honor, but it's an obligation or a duty, we feel.
Yeah, true. It is really, really amazing. We're going to go slowly over to our next participant, the great Shed. The Shed is here with us today. So thank you all for being with us and for starting us off. Amin, Caridad, Neil, and Alison. This was a very, very important, and from writing to the page, we now come to a presenting organization. And we have with us the producers, Laura Aswad and Daisy Peel, and also the actors, April Mattis and Tom O'Keefe, who will read to us and perform for us work they created from the play Help by Claudia Rankine. And she also is with us, which is a very big honor to have you with us, Claudia. But all of you, first of all, welcome. And maybe Laura or Daisy, to tell us a little bit about the project. But first of all, welcome everybody.
Thank you, Frank. Hi, everybody. My name is Laura Aswad. I am the producer for The Shed. The Shed is a new art center located in New York City that opened in April of 2019. At The Shed, we work with artists and other thinkers to produce and welcome art and ideas across all forms of creativity. We do this because we believe in the transformative power of artistic invention to build a shared understanding of our rapidly changing world and to work towards a more equitable society. I will say on behalf of The Shed, we stand in solidarity with Ukraine and especially with the survivors of and those who are mourning loved ones lost in the bombing of the Donetsk Drama Theater in Mariupol. Today we are honored to share space with other New York theater organizations and institutions to raise our voice against this injustice and tragedy. We at The Shed stand against any act of hatred and do not tolerate discrimination or harassment in any form. And Frank, I'm going to welcome Daisy Peel, our associate producer, to tell you more about our production of Help and the program that we're presenting to you today. So thank you very much for having us with you today.
Thank you.
Over to Daisy.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you to our colleagues who are gathered for this marathon. As Laura mentioned, our hearts are with Mariupol and with the victims, with all victims of war and senseless violence. It is my honor to introduce playwright Claudia Rankine and her play Help, a work that at its crux explores notions of humanity and who are deemed valuable. We first commissioned Help in 2018 with the production landing in 2020 that closed during previews due to the pandemic. But we've remained committed to continue its development, processing the events of the past 2 years in order to maintain the urgency of the play's message in the confluence of the ongoing crisis of the pandemic, of white dominance, anti-Blackness, and political life in the US. Much of which is still relevant across the globe and within the bounds of this war. Help is a call to grapple with a corrosive ideology that has shaped American society from its inception. It's an appeal not to turn away from deep reflection, conversation, and anti-racist action. Help was presented this spring and actually recently closed on April 10th. And as you guys know, today we will be joined by April Mathis, who played the lead role of the narrator, and Tom O'Keefe, who played her husband and was a member of the ensemble, along with Claudia to share an excerpt of the work. Before I formally read bios and introduce our artist, I just wanted to take a moment to share an excerpt of Claudia's book, Citizen, an American Lyric. I, they, he, she, we, you turn, only to discover the encounter, to be alien to this place. Wait. The patience is in the living. Time opens out to you. The opening between you and you, occupied, zoned for an encounter. Given the histories of you, and always, who is this you? The start of you, each day, a presence already. Hey, you. Thank you. April Mathis is an Obie-winning performer, best known for her presence in the New York downtown theater world, and is a member of the groundbreaking experimental theater collective called Elevator Repair Service. Mathis has performed new plays at the Roundabout, Playwrights Horizon, the Public Theater, the Signature Theater, New York Theater Workshop, and Soho Rep. She has appeared in guest starring roles on New Amsterdam, The Blacklist, The Good Fight, and Evil, and her feature film debut, Fugitive Dreams, recently screened at the Tallinn Black Nights Film Festival and Cinequest. Tom O'Keefe is a New York-based husband, dad, and actor. He was part of the pre-pandemic production of Help in 2020 and was so very happy to be back in 2022. His most recently television work includes FBI, Most Wanted, The Blacklist, and HBO's upcoming miniseries, White House Plumbers. He's a proud member of the Actors Equity Association and SAG-AFTRA. As one of our leading poets and thinkers, Claudia Rankine is celebrated for her writings on how we live as a society, in particular for her attention to how whiteness operates in our lives and institutions. In 2016, Rankine co-founded the Racial Imaginary Institute and co-edited several anthologies, including The Racial Imaginary, Writers on Race, and the Life of the Mind. Rankine is the author of 5 books of poetry, including Citizen, an American Lyric, and 4 plays, including Help and The White Card. Her recent collection of essays, Just Us, an American Conversation, was published by Grey Wolf Press in 2020. Among her numerous awards and honors, Rankine is the recipient of the Bobbitt National Prize of Poetry, the Poets and Writers Jackson Poetry Prize, and fellowships from the Guggenheim Foundation, the Lannan Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, United States Artists, and the National Endowment of the Arts. I'd like to warmly welcome Claudia Rankine.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say there's only one reason I'm here right now, and it's because of the devastation that's happening in the Ukraine. I stand in solidarity with the Ukraine. I stand against those who stand against the Ukraine. So I just want that to be clear. Thank you, Daisy. In July of 2019, the New York Times published an essay I wrote entitled Brief Conversations with White Men. That was the print version, and online it was, I wanted to know what white men thought about their privilege, so I asked. The piece received 2,197 comments. I also received over 200 email correspondences from people I didn't know. Surprisingly, I was suddenly in conversation with hundreds of white men and a number of Black women. Though I wasn't able to respond to each person individually, HELP became a way to use theater to continue the conversation. HELP is a play in which the narrator, April, inhabits the category of the Black woman in order to be in dialogue with the structure of white supremacy. The title actually comes from Macbeth. There's a line in Macbeth that says, "There is a tyrant afoot. Now is the time of help." As the playwright, I was interested in exploring with various publics our power structure, comprised primarily of white men who ultimately determined all civic possibility. The text in this play was primarily culled from actual responses to the Times article, public statements by men and women in the government and public life, and interviews conducted with white men by civil rights activist and theologian Ruby Sales, or documentary filmmaker Whitney Dow, or I did the interview myself. HELP builds on the desire to create a shared reality, one in which there is agreement not in how to respond, but in what we are seeing. If it's raining, can we all agree it is raining? How we respond to the rain varies, but can we agree the rain is coming down? Can we live in relation to each other within a shared knowing? As theologian Ruby Sales has said, I want a theology that begins to deepen people's understanding about their capacity to live fully human lives and to touch the goodness inside of them, rather than call upon them, the part of themselves, that's not rational, relational. Because there's nothing wrong with being European American. That's not the problem. It's how you actualize that history and how you actualize that reality. Today, we will be hearing an excerpt from the play where the narrator is in conversation with her husband after her travels, sharing her most recent conversations with white men into the final scene, culminating the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes you seem to make up for all the rest. Sometimes you are as all the rest.
Sometimes I make up for all the rest. Sometimes I am all the rest. But what about love?
Love?
What about that word? It's not an N word.
It's full of N words. Natural, naughty, naive.
Nuptial, nearly, nearby, necessary.
Needy, negative, negligent.
Nebulous.
Needless.
Neutral. Nibbler.
Nice, niche.
Night.
Nocturnal, native, noose, nonstop. Which reminds me, I've been asking white men about their privilege.
Why do that?
To speak together differently is to live together differently. Who said that?
I don't know. Was it me?
I was curious about what they're feeling.
Then why not ask them what they're feeling?
How do you ask a stranger that?
You thought asking them about their whiteness would get them to tell you how they feel?
If they say yes, they have privilege, they say yes to reality. If they say no, then I know.
What is it you know?
If they deny their dominance and privilege, they say no to a reality with me in it.
What'd they say?
I said they don't have it. None, no privilege. You apparently have all of it.
You trying to seduce me? They're just defensive. It's white fragility.
Oh, come on. After 20 years together, that's all you have to say? White fragility, white defensiveness. I'm trying to have a conversation. Why won't you admit Their refusal is a passive way to condone the continuance of white violence and white power.
What do you want from those guys? They don't matter.
They do matter. And what's wrong with asking for accountability?
But it's not like they're him, right? I mean, there's a clear case for your indignation and rage. Real power, real consequences.
It's not just him. And I'm not the one with the armed rage. You're like all the woke white men who set their privilege outside themselves, as in, I'm powerless, even as you know better than to be ignorant or defensive about your privilege. Never mind that the capacity to set yourself outside the holding pattern of white male dominance is the privilege. There's no outrunning the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
Look, all I've done is live in a world that usually doesn't treat me too harshly. Am I to blame for the injustices faced by others and the rage held by some? I didn't design the system. I haven't manipulated, and I haven't tried to take advantage of others. And you and I both know this shit is complex.
So whatever happens, just happens. All right, fine.
If you want me to join you in trying to change the world, don't treat me like I caused these problems. Right? If you blame me for being born white into a racist system, what do you think I'm going to do? Yeah, of course I'll feel defensive.
Yes, you'll be white.
Wow. I'm sorry, what? I'm trying to figure out how to handle power and lack of power, and I'm being told I'm white? I can't listen to this. I can't listen to this. I can't listen to this! I didn't really do that. Okay. All right. As your partner, your husband, all I want to do is be in a position of support. I've had to shift my self-interest towards our collective interest.
That's true in all relationships.
Well, yeah, but in our marriage, I've had to develop new improvisational skills. It's as if I'm in crisis preparedness mode around other white people. I don't want to do harm, and I don't want them to do harm.
Well, they're just people, sometimes doing harm, sometimes trying not to. I can take care of myself.
You can, but should you have to? You're not here alone. I feel as if it's my role as a white person to stop white people from going white, because unfortunately, there's a lot of violence that comes with us.
Just as long as you don't think of yourself as my white savior.
You must not know what love is if you can say that. You must not know what it is to want to put yourself in the way of the insult, in the way of the mindlessness, in the way of the violence. You got to give me some credit.
I don't have to put myself there. I am there. You forget I'm Black.
Sometimes I do forget that you're Black.
That's when I remember you're white. Our socialization is the thing to be negotiated. Every day I'm carrying the deaths of yesterday.
I know. You know. And they know. Maybe that's what's at the center of the fear. But if we're going to have a chance at a tomorrow, we have to understand love as our prerogative. We have to become a we. To stay in this life, one has to know how to shift the posture.
To feel. What does it mean to give ourselves another chance? Another chance to stay standing. Another chance to stay in this life. Another chance to have a life. Another chance to feel.
Someone who is not you moves you by moving your category out of the way of harm, incidental or otherwise. Holds you by holding your best interest as part of their best interest. The someone who is not you feels through others, has a feeling for others. The someone who is not you is incomplete without knowing you.
What history has taught me is that there's no swerving away from the supremacy of whiteness. What history has taught me is that the project of educating white people has failed. What history has taught me is that being Black is not the N word. Being Black is not the need. We are the now in now. We are the emergency in now. The now, it's now. Now is the emergency. The N-word is now. We are the force in feel. We are the emergency in feel. We feel. We feel into the consciousness of our history without risk of losing ourselves. We feel into the full potential of a whole self, a whole being. We hold their names, the ones past and passing, and the ones to come. We feel in all that has been felt, the sorrow and the joy, the possibility and the need. We imagine a self beyond servitude and brutality. We imagine in the depth, vulnerability, in the infinity of exhaustion, into the resistance in feel, into the power, into the full force of feel. Feel.
What would it mean to walk toward the one I won't see, holding the disturbance of this reality and swerve into, not away from? If trust is my being and being is my privilege, the mobility in every move I make is a decision for or against our democracy in the construction of my whiteness. Here is the trust.
Can you trust while knowing you're not the only one? The trigger finger of empire wants to destroy being. The analysis of our murderer and of our murder is so we can see we are not murdered as we bring our full capacity to living, to being, to life. We are the now in the now.
We can't coast anymore. We can't remain in the holding pattern. We need to change our direction. Fasten yourselves to each other. In time no longer cuts it.
In time never cut it. We are in the emergency. This is not a test. The day is ours. Sunlight as sharp as knowing comes. In our rough air, in our inclement weather, through a mountain of clouds. In solidarity with all displaced, oppressed, and persecuted peoples seeking safety and justice around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, April, Tom, so much, and Laura and Daisy for the introduction, and Claudia for also joining us. How do you all feel? A question to everyone. You know, how do you feel as artists in this time of a war that's in a way so close to our living rooms, where we are welcomed by a TV screen that says hello, welcome, in our own room? On the other hand, it's so far away. Does it have an effect on you? Anyone?
Of course, it's heartbreaking, and I don't have a television, so I consume media differently. It's mostly through sound, and I have a 12-year-old going on 13 who's a news junkie and very concerned about the world, what it opens up for me as a parent is a larger conversation, as I said briefly in my statement, about Ukraine shows us that this is happening all the time in so many places that are not front of mind. And I think the way that American news cycles go, we're kind of concerned about what's right in front of us. And sometimes Ukraine isn't the headline, it's what's happening in Hollywood. And I think it speaks to what our immediate priorities are. And a lot of that is connected to comfort and capitalism and consumerism. And the world I want my son to be aware of takes into account the suffering that is happening in our own neighborhood, quite literally, and by extension in the world, and just not being inoculated to that, and that we never get used to these images or get used to the number of people that are displaced and killed, that that we see each human life as a life that's worthy of joy and peace and safety. And you know, the work is to be aware, and then also how do we move forward in a way that's caring and responsible and helpful.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Tom, how is it for you reading the text and somehow having a bit of the Ukraine situation in mind? Did you read it slightly differently? I mean, you did it so beautifully, by the way, really, thank you. It was such a, in a way, close reading. It felt so close, but did it?
Well, you know, it's, thank you. It's lovely text. You know, besides the husband scene, the rest of the text I didn't read in the play. So, you know, besides my rehearsing it on my own, I'd listened to it many, many times. But, you know, it resonates all the time. But I would say today it resonates stronger with this focus of how we all treat each other in the face of cruelty and injustice. And, you know, a reminder to take in what other people are experiencing when it's so easy to ignore that which doesn't happen to us directly. So yeah, that text hits pretty deep anyway. I think it just hits in a slightly different today.
Yeah, it really is about human relations. And if we think that Russia's idea is, you know, they are our brothers, we are one people, we are one country, even so already it's the biggest by size in the world, and then want to have more, they're shooting then their own brothers, they're killing their own family, if it's true what they claim. And that the reason is a question to both Laura and Daisy, producing somehow what we are now in the time of war, even so it's not at our doors, and there's always war going on in the world. And let's remind that, but this feels a bit more closer to us. But does this change your thinking of what to present?
I think that, you know, speaking on behalf of the mission and the team at the Shed, I think we're always looking to present content that we feel is, you know, deeply important to expose to the greater world. I think whether it aligns with one's own thinking or not, it's really important to bring to the stage and to the galleries, you know, the work that is important to the artists who are creating it, and obviously to present it in as true a way as we can. And I think that we are always looking for ways to present work that perhaps makes people think and is uncomfortable. It's not necessarily just, you know, we don't want to just present something that is going to be, you know, an easy experience, that it's important to show all sides to, you know, to the art and to what's going on in the world. Daisy.
Yeah, I agree with that statement, Laura. And I think most of our work has grappled with real life questions. There's been always a social impact to the work that we produce. And I think that's always kind of at the nexus of just the artistic excellence, but also having social impact and a real social inquiry. And so I think that with what is occurring in Ukraine and what's occurring around the world, and just continuing to try to be stewards for these conversations to happen. I think that this event is definitely something that we are taking into real account in terms of our future programming and how we respond and how we create space for what we can do in our communities, right? The power really lies in what can be done with those that are around you immediately. And so even things of creating space for conversations to happen, or there's so many different levels to how we can engage and interact and work together to try to have conversations, to try to figure things out, to try to work towards a better tomorrow. And so it's something that has definitely stayed with us and will continue to stay with us.
Yeah, and you're making a great contribution. Even often, if we think in our theaters isolated, what difference do we really make? If you look at numbers, even today, the 24 organizations, but every day 100, 200 organizations present work in the city. So it is an impact. It does have an impact. And actually, it's one we all do believe that is direct, like a fireplace and not an electric heat or something that really hits you. So thank you really, really all for joining April and Tom for that truly beautiful reading and for preparing for it. It really got under our skin, and Laura and Daisy for being with us. And to Claudia, please tell her that we really appreciate it, that she took personal time to be with us. That means a lot. So we're going to move on to the Here Art Center. And I know you all know about them. They're doing a great work for decades. And we have Kristen Martin with us, and I think they should appear any second and join us. And here she is, Kristen Martin, who also connected to the Beth Morrison project, the opera project, having a real impact. And I think almost 10 or 15 people might enter our room here. So thank you to the Shed again for participating, and I hope to see you all soon. I will come and visit you all.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you for joining and taking the time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Kristen, welcome. Thank you for taking the time on this holiday weekend. And tell us a little bit. We have a 60-minute slot with you. We have a full hour when we started out organizing this. Actually, Oscar Eustace and Susan Feldman, David Binder, and also Alex Poots from the Shed, who we want to say thank you. We got together and how to do that. We all thought also, of course, of the Here Art Center right away to join. So, Kristen, you are the artistic director. Tell us a little bit about it. You said, I want this 1 minute, not a 30-minute slot. I want an hour. We are actually working on that scene. We are deeply engaged. And of course, we said yes, but tell us a bit.
Sure. Well, we started thinking about how we could think about Ukraine. We had some plays we were interested in. We wrote our community of artists and former resident artists and said, hey, who wants to get involved? A bunch of people responded. We started having some conversations with artists in Ukraine and wanted to make this collaboration between the artists in Ukraine and New York City and artists all over the world. So we're excited to have you all here. We have almost all our folks in.
Fantastic. So let's just make clear, this didn't exist before the war started. This all in the last 4 or 5 weeks, you created that, you reached out from your network. Tell us a little bit. What did you said, write us a proposal or send us a text. What did you do?
Well, I want to acknowledge that John Friedman has been doing work to bring Ukraine works to the attention of theaters all over the world. So there's a network of folks who he reached out to. And so I first came across the play that we're going to read today through John. And, we read the plays and people started to respond and gravitate around a particular one, particularly the Ukrainian artist that we started speaking with, who you'll meet in just a moment. And it kind of evolved from there.
Fantastic. So you will introduce the artist and tell us about the project.
Great. So I'm the founding artistic director of HERE, and we're located on the unceded lands of the Munsee Lenape in Lower Manhattan, here in New York City. We're a producer, we're a presenter, and a venue. We support local, national, and international artists in all disciplines: theater, music, puppetry, media arts. And we are creating relevant and resonant contemporary work. That's what we do. I'm going to pass now to the wonderful Victor.
Thank you, Christine. My name is Victor Ruban. I am choreographer, performer, and movement-based artist from Ukraine. And I'm as well co-founder of Ukrainian Emergency Performing Arts Fund. And also today we are honored to share excerpts from Anastasia Kosody, A Time Traveler's Guide to Donbass. We would like to thank also John Friedman, who shared this and other Ukrainian works and his effort to organize 50-60 theaters across the world to raise visibility for Ukraine. It's super precious. Thank you so much for this initiative. Jimena or Alex?
Okay, I think I'm gonna go because I don't see. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. My name is Alex Borovensky, and I represent the English Theater of Kyiv, Ukraine. Right now, we are in Kyiv, Ukraine, in a small theater / basement bomb shelter. And we have 10 artists from all over the world now because the war scattered us around, but we all gonna take part in reading. We're very honored to work together with NY artists from Ukraine.
Thanks, Alice. Hi, everyone. My name is Jimena Garnica, and I'm the co-founder of LeMay, also of the Cultural Solidarity Fund, and I'm also an artist in residency at HERE. And I am connecting with the land of, from the land of the Lenape people, currently known as Esopus, New York. And I would like to thank the 20 participants that are with us today. We only had an hour and a half to meet. We did that on Thursday, and some of our just met 6 days ago for first time in our lives. We engaged in very fragile and sensitive and thoughtful reflections, and everybody has been very generous. And I'm also thankful to all of you who are tuning from different places in the world and for the opportunity to be in togetherness. I also want to say that it's really hard to organize under these circumstances where our fellow artists are literally, like Alice said, in a bomb shelter right now, engaging in these deep conversations when the war is going on, when harm and murder is going on. So we are going to be as honest as we can today with our conversations. It's not going to be about giving our academic presentations and our very intellectual frameworks. We decided to offer today ourselves as humans and to speak from the heart to you all today. So with that being said, we're gonna start reading the play. It's going to be about 30 minutes of reading. And then there is this short offering that some of the artists present today are going to share with the public. So thank you so much, Frank and Christine and HERE Arts.
So how many people are involved in the play and will be with us now right now? And tell us maybe 1 or 2 lines, what is the play about?
Well, all the people that you see here are going to be reading the play.
Fantastic.
We're distributing parts across the group, and I think let's let it.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I see, sorry, we just had some people who were connecting late, and our first reader is going to be Kira. And Kira, I see you here, so anytime you're ready, if you want to turn on your camera, that's great. If you cannot, I understand too, because the connections, but anytime you're ready, we can start.
Yeah, excuse me, but do you have this text? Because I don't have it. Can you send it in our chat?
Sure, Kira, 1 second. And Kira, it's an artist from Ukraine. She's 12 years old actor that is joining us today.
Yep. Okay.
We lost your video, Kira, if you meant to put it on.
Oh. Okay, 1 second. I cannot turn. Okay. In 2036, he asked me to, the old man, the inventor of the time machine, he asked me about home. What do you remember? What do I remember? Cherries, 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 a village of cherries. Or a street, Cherry Street, always growing on the road. With what happened in 2014, they died on their branches. In the cemetery, they don't actually eat the fruit, but instead plant fruit trees. The cherries died on their branches.
Leonora?
Lenora, your sound is off.
Why didn't you tell me?
I told you
That we're traveling in time now?
that I want to find out why the war happened.
That's not an obvious connection.
It's quite obvious if you're working in the field of root of causes of important historical events.
No one works in that field in the ministry. That function was removed from all the state time machines.
That's why I say that the ministry is boring.
They said it was for a different reason. The probability of paradox is too high.
And if a time traveler makes a mistake, then a day will come and the evening will come when the time traveler will look up at the sky and see no stars there. And this will mean that his mistake has caused a paradox, and he's the last one alive in the eye of the storm, and the storm will soon cover him, and there will be no one and nothing, because time will end. Oh, that's my personal definition of a paradox. Do you know how the function works?
In theory, the function should identify a specific place in space and time where a turning point is located, which triggered the development of an event of historical significance. The less the physical distance to the event, the smaller the margin of error.
That is to say,
the function will allow us to understand why the war happened. If you get close enough to the start of it, do you think we can use it without creating a paradox?
Well, if we're careful, then yes. If we prevent errors.
How will we know if we prevented them?
Well, look at the sky.
Time travelers travel for the purpose of academic studies. Studies about the transformation of the Donbass into an agricultural region, about how the mines closed down, about how miners became tractor drivers, about the ecosystem of the former front, abandoned animals like the dogs and cats, chickens, cows, even horses that weren't taken by those fleeing the war because there was no place to take them, about what became of them, the dogs, cats, chickens, cows, even horses. And Zaporizhia, my apartment was in a residential area next to a small wood. Sometimes a herd of wild horses would go there, not horses left behind by anyone, just on their own. It's probably like that here as well, or it will be. It's 2018. Working in the ministry, they would never let me go here. It's a conflict of interest, but I'm not working for the state. I'm staying with the inventor at the Hotel Friendship, and we're renting 2 rooms because that's what friends do. It's 18 years in the past. It's a boring city. It was never occupied. A lot of refugees. Not a single bookstore. Terrible roads, a lot of soldiers. Now it's called Pokrovsk. 2 years ago, it was Krasnoarmeysk.
3 foreigners came up to me in my dream about Pokrovsk. One foreigner says, I live in Texas. I keep bees. I'm going to Russia to watch the World Cup. He only drove through Ukraine because he'd never been here before, never. Really, I'm from Egypt. Only 6 years ago I moved. I ask what you think of Trump, of that great president. To the politician Trump, the beekeeper from Texas shrugs his shoulders, whatever.
Second foreigner says, I'm from Finland. Do you like Ukraine? Yeah, I've been here many times. I lived in Kyiv. I got sent to Transcarpathia for work to cut wood. The locals didn't like people like me, but that's a huge problem, you know, I say. A huge problem in Transcarpathia, yeah, but I was just a simple worker, says the Finn. I couldn't do anything. I was a worker bee. Well, yeah, of course.
Ozzy?
Yeah, just the third foreigner says I'm from Stuttgart, a town in Germany. Yeah, I say for sure from Germany. But what are you going to do about AFT politics? The AFT? He asks again. AFT. Well, yeah, the German confused smiles. I don't know. I don't know a lot. One morning, there were a lot of them, like a swarm of bees. Even in my city, where there were generally many migrants, I don't know what to do about it. The foreigners say, we are your personal guardians. The OSCE are your personal guardians. Yours.
Show us. It's so loud in my head, but show us with your finger. What's so terrible about these uncles and aunts that wander about like monsters in the darkness across your black-hearted land?
In the main avenue, down from the phallic monument to the unknown soldiers who died in World War II. Your name is unknown, your feet is eternal. The sun is unbearable. So much sun past fountains that don't work. Roses have melted. Now the locals say Bakhmut is the city of roses. Before it was Donetsk. Now Bakhmut is the city of roses. A beautiful town. A very small town, Chekhov's district city. The city was renamed a year ago. Artyomovsk. Now it's Bakhmut. The communist Artyom. His name was really Fyodor. He just liked to sign it like that, Artyom. It was probably just a beautiful name. He founded Donetsk Kravorozhsky Republic and didn't particularly do anything else. So that in every republic of the USSR there would be a street with his name, or even in every town, probably just a beautiful name. The town of Artyomovsk now is Bakhmut. It has a legend about Artyom and his jet engine. Beautiful cities need legends. This one's a bit strange though. They say Artyom loved speed, that he put a jet engine on a train carriage. He probably wanted to go to Moscow, like Chekhov's heroes. The engine exploded. Artyom exploded as well.
They don't want to let us in. They say check-in is from 2 p.m. He asks, can we at least put our car in your parking lot? They say, only after 2. Maybe they have coffee here? Nope. I went to ask and they said, no, breakfast starts at 8. And if we're gone by 8, then no breakfast for you. No, indeed. We can't even take it off the price of the room. Only included. But the part is beautiful there. And there's Wi-Fi. Ridiculous. They still use Wi-Fi. Do you think that's funny? All the street names have changed. Tomorrow the machine will take us to 2016. We can stay a bit longer. And instead of Peace Street, it'll be Artem Street. Instead of Liberators of Donbass Street, it'll be 60 years since the creation of the USSR Street. Instead of Apricot Street, October Street. Sorry, I should have said it right away, but I didn't say anything. I thought you might suddenly decide not to go.
Why is it so important that I go? I can't pay.
Sometimes you can pay without money when you have an interesting story.
What's interesting about mine?
About 5 years ago, I wrote to a woman from Scotland that I wanted to go to an island. I don't remember its name. It was in the Inner Hebrides by the Atlantic. She had money, but not enough. She would have had to mortgage her house to pay. But I didn't ask her for money. I just asked her to tell me a story about the house on the island where her mother lived. Her mother had died when she was 19. She was this woman who bought a house on a neighboring island, went there with her family, with her children, but never returned to the island where her mother had lived. Because, how would you say it? Right place, wrong time.
So what?
Nothing. It's a beautiful story. I love those kinds of stories. Don't we travel for the sake of stories? She said she loved to sit near the house and to hear her mother frying seeds in a pan, sunflower seeds.
The woman from Scotland?
Maybe. I don't remember everything.
You just don't remember all those stories.
Don't say it like that, all those stories. All those stories are better than the ones in this world. Better and worse. And who, if not you, my colleague, must?
It's not a story for me.
But it will become one day.
When exactly? When we find the reason for the war, if there is one.
There is one.
When we go back to 2036, we'll each write academic work. Will we properly reference our sources? Or when we go on the next trip and then another and another?
We can, in thought, in our travels. It's always good to be with someone.
With who?
A friend.
I never got a Scottish visa. They say it's very difficult to get one.
It's still British at this time.
Poor thing.
I've never seen the ocean, but I imagine the Atlantic during a strong wind. A ferry on the ocean, it rocks, almost capsizes. The weather changes every 10 minutes. Sun, rain, hail, sun, snow, downpour, sun.
There's a checkpoint in a half a kilometer. Ready?
Yes, only...
I'll be quiet.
Good. In other countries, on different coasts of the oceans of the world, people miss their mothers, people miss their homes. Sunflower seeds the northern lights on the December horizon, and no one more than me.
Relax, don't rush.
A soldier in a balaclava stops the car. What do you say? We go to Severodonetsk for real Lysychanskом beer. It really is very tasty. To see your terrible theater or not yours, soldier from some other city. It will be good if he's from Zaporizhia, but if he is from the West, the soldiers from the West are meaner. They don't understand what they're doing here on the same side. They say to their mothers on vacation by the sea. Sorry, I can't speak for long. To Sever? The soldier asks. To Sever? To Sever for long? No, not for very long, for a day. Well, the soldier says, I see. Okay, all right, you can go.
Fucking human factor.
We drive. For a few more kilometers, we're silent. Pine trees. There are pine trees here.
There are pine trees here.
Well, yes, there are a lot.
When we left from Lugansk in 2014, we were already getting shelled. The driver didn't really know the roads.
You got lost?
It was the start of the war. Everywhere was a gray zone.
Did you use a Russian GPS?
Wasn't exactly Google Maps. I wanted to use the road to Kharkiv. Someone said it's calmer there and there are fewer holes. And I just remembered the road between the villages, the forest on both sides, nowhere to turn. And we went. And there were pine trees everywhere, pines to the right, pines to the left.
That's how people grow up. They get lost.
The most important rule of time travel.
We aren't time travelers who follow the rules now, are we? If it's one person who started the war, him or her, we have a duty to do something.
Wait a second. We are going to find out the reason for the start of the war. We're not going to serve justice and punish someone. Is that what you're hinting at? You understand that you can never go back if you interfere in the course of history. And besides that, I
never return to the country of Stolperstein.
Stolperstein? It's not right. Don't say that.
But it is right. Small iron badges, like the badges on German streets near houses of those who were taken away, never to return. Now Stolperstein is here. The school next to my house was named after a dead soldier. Every morning I crossed the road and the traffic light said, "You may cross the street of the 55th Brigade." Monuments, graffiti, the son of a neighbor who never returned. Every month some key kind of anniversary. A plane shot down, Ilovaiski port, annexation, occupation, counterattack.
But these things happen in every country.
But not every country has a time machine or the possibility to look at the person who started a war.
You're going to look at them?
I look at how he answers for his actions.
This isn't why I started this journey.
Maybe it'll be my reason.
We need to talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
What you're suggesting, the way you suggest it, it's murder. Listen to me. It can't be done. I'm not even talking about the laws of time travel. You can't kill people, including in the past.
Thank you for your opinion.
Don't lose your head. We're getting very close to home. It's difficult, but you have to.
We're getting near my home, not yours. Your home is in 2036. What right do you have to talk to me about this? What do you know about it?
I saw the war just as much as you. I hate the war just as much as you. I also lost my house and friends. I almost got enlisted into an LPR battalion. I almost got sent to a basement, and I almost got enlisted into the Ukrainian army.
No, I see.
I created a time machine because it's a miracle to travel and to see people, not to kill them.
They enlisted you in the Ukrainian army.
Yes.
And you didn't go?
I love people.
I see.
What do you see?
My grandmother took lots of different things from Lugansk. Old journals about dressmaking and sewing, the working woman, postcards. Once I even opened a box and saw that it was political propaganda that they had handed out on the streets or sent by post for Yanukovych. She took political propaganda for Yanukovych with her, the president with the golden loaf of bread who ran away after the Maidan. My grandmother liked Yanukovych. She thought, that's a handsome man. She voted for him. You're about her age, maybe a bit younger, the same generation.
One generation whom you can blame for everything.
Not for everything, but for the war, yes. Do you disagree? I think so.
And if, when we get to Lugansk in 2013, it turns out that your grandmother did something which was the root cause of the war, what will you do?
What I have to.
I've need.
The machine chose you.
I need.
I should have guessed. Sit down. This is a very serious time jump.
I need the address.
No, you don't. What is the present time?
2013, a year before the war.
How are you feeling?
Like there's a swarm of bees in my head. Loud ones. It doesn't matter. Tell me the address. I'm the driver and I need to know the address. Where to go? I don't want to get lost. There won't be any more time jumps, so I have to know the address. Which district, which street in Luhansk?
You know.
Oh, how can I know? Why would you think that I don't understand?
Just try to calm down. Focus.
I don't understand how I know that it's 2013, that it's the time before the war, that we are in a field without any sign of sky and wheat. How do I know?
It's a side effect of the time machine.
No, it can't have this effect. There wasn't anything about this in the instructions for time travel. It can't have this effect. A time traveler is a person. A person can know the time logically through signs in the surrounding world. A person can feel them.
A person can't jump 2 years in time.
I didn't jump. The machine did.
The machine was 10 meters from you.
What is the side effect of interacting with the machine?
When a machine is connected to the, when a person is connected to the time machine navigation system, her memories, her emotional memory, then the machine can calculate. Then the machine can go to the root cause.
I'm connected to the machine.
Until the calculations are completed, you are a time machine too, now.
Like in a GPS system, the arrow moves on the map. So an arrow will move in your head. You don't need an address. Until the calculations are completed, you know it, you will know it. I'm connected to the machine. I'm not a GPS. I'm not a time machine. I'm a person. I'm a time traveler.
You are all those things now.
You asked me to travel to make a time machine.
For the purpose of traveling temporarily. You're worried now. Emotions make the connection stronger.
You lied to me.
It will finish when the calculations finish.
When?
I don't know. Soon. Calm down. The more you worry, the more the machine fills your personality.
I asked you not to lie to me, but you lied. And I said that if you lied, then the trip is finished. But you knew that I would be time machine and I can't end the trip.
Historians should be known as such.
Shut up. We are going. I am taking you to Luhansk, to the place where I know where I do something I hope. I really, really don't care. I love the stars, all of them. Hope. The year 2013. The year 2013. What happened in 2013? Year. Such a peaceful year before November. From the end of the 12th, I moved in with a guy. We bought a bicycle together. I learned to ride, started to explore the city with a bike. It snowed, and the snow went away. And then we went to the lake, swam. Totally randomly, I put up ads saying I could be a tutor. I found a student, I started to teach her. Now I have mixed feelings about this time I spent teaching so many weirdos. I started listening to music. I discovered all kinds of jazz, Nina Simone, or maybe I wasn't 14. For me, Nina Simone is bad news. At the end of the year, Maidan happened. There were some really tense days. I couldn't do anything except try to translate, except sit and watch stream stuff. And I remember this November, December, January, I couldn't do anything. At 14, everything changed. I started looking at everything differently. Or 2014 will happen soon. No, not yet. Don't let it come yet. It's coming.
I remember everything. Everything 2013, 2014, 2012, 2036 is there in my head. In the machine, the calculations are in my head like these. Evil these, maybe. Maybe I'm evil. The funny story is evil. The girl went to Luhansk and now there is no Luhansk. Where there is my memory, where there is a memory overflowing like water from head to head, the Luhansk from Luhansk road from the Baltsko in 2013, went in spring early in the morning. At 4 in the morning, the light shines a little bit and no one sleeps. It's Easter now, not early spring. People are going to church. People are coming from church. They carry holy things, Easter wine and salted sausages, yay! And trees bloom everywhere, such a white city everywhere. Fruit trees blossom. Now the fruit trees have already borne fruit.
These are my memories. You're speaking with my memories now. The radius is narrowing.
And I don't understand what is good or bad. I don't understand where I'm going. All the names, the old street names changed after the war. And here are the old names.
You know, this is the final stage of calculation.
No. I don't want to know anything about this. I don't want.
Good.
The road through the country goes on and on. Going and on forever. I don't understand. I want to stop for a bit in the city, but the road leads to the wrong place.
It means we're outside the city.
Yeah, the place where it all began.
Yes.
So many apricots lie.
Right on the ground.
And so many cherries.
They are already ripe.
We'll drive like a tortoise. Though without petrol, I don't understand. don't understand.
Slow down.
The car is slowing down.
Apparently, it's right here. We're at the center of the calculation. Your memory is so strong that it is stronger than the machine.
Or it's the center of a paradox.
We have arrived?
Yes, we've arrived.
Look, how many cherries are on the road?
Cherry Street.
Cherry Street.
Your Cherry Street. Cherry
We
Street.
have arrived. It's my village. Oh God, I didn't realize.
It's your village.
Cherry Street, I didn't recognize my village.
Where is your house?
I don't know. Is there? I think it's there or there. I will look at the trees. I can't get my bearings this quickly.
The machine will bring you there.
The machine is broken or disconnected. We should have arrived where the war started, but where is my? We are in my village. Maybe maybe I missed an error in the calculations.
The machine wasn't mistaken.
The war didn't start in my village. I lived in this village. I would know.
Just go.
The war didn't start in my village. Cherry Street also, there are a lot of apricots, different houses, some spread with clay white ones, like they were crafted from the clay, and others out of the stone or concrete. In the winter, they are cold and a little uncomfortable should the slabs fall from the ceiling more. Houses brick better than the others taller. It's evening, it's dark.
Look at the sky.
We have arrived.
No stars.
It's the neighbor's house. My house is across from us. That's the neighbor's cow. I don't get it. It's the neighbor's house, and my house is opposite behind. That's the neighbor's cow. I don't get it completely.
What's the day today?
22nd July 2013.
The day you told me about.
No, the day before.
What will change tomorrow?
They will kill the cow.
Why?
Why do people kill cows? For meat, for leather. Maybe it's ill. Maybe the neighbor's too old for cows. Why are we here?
Because the machine has brought you here. Because you brought the machine here to see the source of a historical event. And here we'll see.
The source of the war.
Will you say it or do you want me to?
No,
What do you mean, no?
I cannot say this.
You cannot say what the cause of the war was, even when you're looking at it.
I cannot sound what caused the war.
Can you say that killing a cow started the war?
In my village, the death of the cow started the war.
It's a very good cow.
Yeah, I expect so. A very good cow.
Or not. There's also a calf. They will kill that tomorrow.
And this will start the war.
Between Ukraine and Russia.
The war between Russia and Ukraine.
I wonder where your neighbor is.
Probably with some other neighbors. He will come back at some point.
Yeah? He will come back at some point.
I wonder what can I do?
I can sit here on the grass. Sorry, I'm old.
I'll sit down as well.
We will just wait.
Here, on the grass.
Pilgrim 1 and Pilgrim 2 are sitting on the grass. The cow tied to a stake is standing. Night falls. There are stars in the sky. The end.
Thank you, everyone, for that reading, for sharing your generosity and your talents with us. We're going to have a discussion now. I'm going to invite James to share some thoughts that he has.
Well, so the thing that I think is the biggest problem with this war is the not knowing what is true and what is false. Before the war started, well, I have some former friends in Russia now who are sending me all these videos and saying, look at this stuff that's not happening. Look at this stuff that's not happening. And I told him, no, that's really happening in Ukraine. People are being killed, bombs. And I said, I'm not going to believe anything that I haven't seen live with my own eyes. And they said, well, thank you for putting your head in the sand. And in one way, they're correct, because if we don't open our eyes to new thoughts, then how can we advance? But how can we know what's real and what's not real? Anybody can put any kind of crazy thing on the web, on the YouTube, Facebook, and it's very hard to find out, to decide what's real. And that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, I would like to add something on the topic of being in the present and being in the future and being in the past, and everything that the play talks about, and how if we could travel to the past and how we could think of what have I done wrong, what could I have done differently, on which butterfly did I stab that it turned out like this. And I don't know why I was trying to make a connection there, but I keep remembering on this one piece of my life when I was like about 4 or 5 years old. We had a garden with my grandparents, and my grandfather assigned me a little field with strawberries, and I was taking care of them. And now how I think it's not even connected to the war and everything, but it's gone now. We don't know that that garden anymore. My grandparents are gone, and I don't even have a home now, and I can never go back there. And I think that's what a lot of people are feeling right now. Like, we can never go back to what was before 2014, before 24th of February. Yeah, so this is it.
And we were told to speak from our heart, although I do have a history as an academic. And even in the play, I have that part. So I do have to say that it's been a tactic of colonizers to destroy the history and the collective memory of a country and of a culture. And I think this relates to not being able to go back to the strawberry field. When I've seen that, the building, the theater destroyed, and the cultural monuments destroyed, and the archives, which contain the history of also what Russia did in Ukraine to Ukrainians, being bombed. I think this is an attempt to eradicate, as has been said, Ukrainian national identity. And yet Ukrainians have such a strong sense of identity. But I think, will the future be affected by this attempt to eradicate part of the past? We can only wait and see, or take what action we can to try to prevent the past from being erased.
I will join to this topic of past and the future, or past versus the future. I don't really think that changing the past could change the future, because the future is a very complex thing. And in a way, there is a question of time and there is a question of presence, because like in this binary of future and past is there is one element, very crucial element is missing. Although what is precious about this piece is that time traveling and like revisiting the past to learn from the mistakes and to learn from the experiences that we
Frozen.
Paying not only attention but paying giving value to what's done. A human being is not growing on the absent land. Like human being is growing from the past in a way. But what's important, it came in my mind that there is something about freedom together about this. Like it's very easy to think of a freedom as achieved status, but actually freedom is something that you are building up each moment and you're regaining each moment. And this is something about future indeed. So this is my message, that it's very important, and we are learning to pay more of attention and pay more of our, there is a responsibility and a lot of things there, but like really embracing the past and to go to the future, but really being present, being extremely present. And this is what we are practicing at this moment.
Thank you, Victor. I resonate a lot with the being present and practicing that, because even we are approaching this conversation as such and this encounter as such. And I also was thinking about values and taking granted our values and how we come together through values and not necessarily to the national state. Yes, we have identities, yes, we have a state, but how we come together through our values. And then I want to offer some of the questions that we ambitiously wanted to talk about it, but it was impossible with the time we had and with the structure of our encounter. So I'm just going to read them. And it has to do with the past versus the future. Is it possible to change the future by changing the past, eradicating the past or collective memory as a target? And then we were also wanted to talk about global responsibility and practicing local citizenship, this idea of the local and the global, practicing humanity in a global perspective. How do we cultivate care for each other? And we also were talking about the power of dreaming and as an action, living in war, storytelling, and envisioning the multiplicities of time and the resistance to false realities, and when dreaming is used so far, but personally, I feel like how can we be as artists propellers of imaginations and propellers of transformations, as translator, but also as propellers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jimena. And I want to talk about our global responsibilities and personal responsibilities at the same time. Because as individuals, if we don't act as an individual, or if we don't fulfill our responsibilities, I don't feel that there will be at the end some global action. So what I feel, because on 24th of February, I was in Kyiv. I just woke up as an ordinary day to go to Pro-English theater for graduation from Alina's class, and it's just disappeared. And as I had so many plans on Monday and Tuesday, and they're all interrupted. In fact, our lives are interrupted, my life interrupted, and 40 million people and their neighbors all around the world, life just stopped. Every day we are waking up, at least I'm waking up, and I know that some of my friends are waking up with the thoughts of the people who are dying there, who are being tortured there, killed there, and so on. So instead of like just thinking about the future, I feel we need to focus on now, and I feel all the countries, all the people should focus on what we can do now, because these people are being killed and tortured now, unfortunately, not in 1945. And it's really hurting me. It's really hurting me. I know some of the people are just partly feeling it, but I feel in my veins, and it really hurts me. This is so hard. So instead of thinking that this war is going to finish, we should know that this war must finish, and we must do something just now. So that's all what I can say now.
And speaking about now, I would like to thank you all for your attention to the whole audience. And I mentioned already in my introduction about the Ukrainian Emergency Performing Arts Fund. And like there are a lot of artists. I'm very happy, and I'm really grateful even for ability to be present on this event, because some of the people cannot on different issues, like because of being in danger or being in precarious conditions or in really dangerous places. And that's for what we, me and my colleagues, we established Ukrainian Emergency Performing Arts Fund, and we are gathering funds to help the artists that are staying in war and joining the resistance and like helping this war to end with the, including our voices, artistical voices, and our efforts. So just to say about it and to voice it out that we are very grateful for your solidarity and the presence that I was talking about that we are practicing here in Ukraine. We also feel it. We really feel how you all, each of you, including, as Ozzy said, and other people around the world on the solidarity actions, we really feel it. That you're practicing this presence with us, and it's really precious. It's very grateful. And if you would like or have the possibility to contribute and to support also the artists, like we will be also very grateful for that. And thank you again for organizing this event. Alex, maybe you will continue.
Yeah, thank you, Victor. It's so nice to see you here. Like we're both in Kyiv. Yeah, and thank you everyone for this event. It's really important because today's play is wonderful. Many topics discovered. If I had a time machine, I would go back and kill Putin. Basically, that's what I would do to stop the war. But it's not the point. The point is, it does feel like a family right now to see the guys from Pro English who are writing different parts of different countries now. To see Victor also in Kyiv, we never collaborated before. To see this New York artists all together, feeling like a part of a family. Like in Ukraine, we have this program, the family unites before the danger, in front of the danger. So that's how the family unites. And it feels tremendously together to be with everyone in these days and to understand that we're not alone. And Ozzy, the guy who was speaking before, I'm in Pro English right now. If you want to have a class, you should come. We're here in Kyiv. It's a wonderful city. And, you know, we're still collecting funds for Pro English. We got this Patreon account for Pro English Theatre. If you want to support us, you totally can. We're in Kyiv. We're still creating performances. Plus, we do volunteering work. Just yesterday, we sent a whole bunch of medicine to Kharkiv, to the Territorial Defense Forces, and to the Army guys who need medicine. We just bought it and sent it out there. And 2 days ago, we bought this generator for electricity for the woman in Bucha, because Bucha is a small city destroyed around Kyiv region, and this woman has no electricity and no thing, so we just bought it and sent it her. If you want to support us, you totally can for English Theatre Patreon. Artistically, you can voice it out because everybody here are artists, so you can create things. Stage Ukrainian artists, do performances about the situation. It's also important. Thank you, everyone. That's cool to do art in these days.
Thank you all so much for joining us, and thanks to Frank for creating the platform for us to have the conversation that we've been able to have with each other through this process. It's been really beautiful to just see your faces from all over the world, thinking about how we can be support of each other and in community with each other. And I thank you.
it is quite stunning to see your faces and your locations. It's Istanbul and Los Angeles, it's Kyiv and Odessa, it's homes, but also shelters. And it's quite an unusual reading. I haven't seen anything like it. How does it feel for our friends in Odessa and Kyiv to be reading, or Istanbul, reading with people so far away?
It feels awesome. What Alex has talked about, this feeling of unity is really, really great. And this is also what we can do now to help us, live through the difficult times, to do art and to dream about the future.
Yeah, and we will collect, send us, you have all of my emails, send us the places we could donate to if we wanted to, and we will put it on our link. So really thank you all so much for being part of this on such a short time. And really all my respect to Kirsten and Here Art Center, next to the enormous amount of production they do, that you reacted so fast to create space, to invite people, have a play done, written, and get 15 people together to read now. It is truly stunning. So really thank you, all our respect. And I think it shows, that New York is not an island, that no one really is an island, and that we are connected, and how significant and important these connections are. And we saw this with our own eyes now, and I think this is something we can believe. So thank you all. We are moving on to our next segment. And so goodbye to our friends in Odessa and Kyiv. Incredible that you were able to join us from your homes, from your shelters, and this is quite significant. And we now move to PS21. It is a performance spaces for the 21st century. And they reacted to this time of war with readings and music. And we will have with us Nicole Ansari, Maria Sonetsky, and Franz Nikolai, also Jim Fletcher, and with us also the artistic director, Elena Siyanko, who is actually from the Ukraine and also the US. First of all, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. I hope you will all forgive me if we go first to Elena. Elena, say a little bit who you are, what you do.
Hello everyone. Добрий день в Україні, в Європі, хто нас слухає. I am Elena Siyanko, Director of Performance Spaces for the 21st Century, Upstate New York, Hudson Valley, joined here by two of our actors of the past season, Nicole Ansari and Jim Fletcher, and two musicians, activists, writers, Maria Sonetsky and Franz Nikolai.
So tell us a little bit, how is it for you? You run this, what I think, quite significant and important art center upstate New York. It's part of that kind of decentralization that is so important away from the metropolises. So also to the all areas, of this country. Your music programming and your theater program has been exceptional. But you are from the Ukraine. How does it feel that all of a sudden you are in the spotlight, of the world?
I wouldn't call it, it's not a terribly good spotlight, I have to say. I think that all of us are outraged, but there is an unbelievable feeling of distress, at least for a lot of us who were born and grew up there. I was born in Ukraine, I grew up in Kyiv, I came to America as a student, and then stayed here to work in the arts. And my heart is going to all the Ukrainian people, everybody who is suffering so terribly through this unprovoked, horrific nightmare of the war.
So, yeah, tell us a little bit about your guests.
Nicole Ansari is one of the wonderful, important actors, producers, an alum of the famed Ariane Mnouchkin's Théâtre du Soleil, who staged and also directed her own piece at PS21 that we presented last summer. Her, the monologues of women, narrative monologues. Jim Fletcher is the actor who we loved tremendously at PS21, the veteran of the New York Players, the Worcester Group, who appeared at PS21 twice, first time in the production of Pollock, and the second time just last January in the Art of Theatre by Pascal Rambert. Both pieces were staged by French directors, and we are delighted to have our beloved artists with us. Maria and Franz are musicians, musicologists, thinkers, activists, also our neighbors in Hudson Valley who teach at Bard College. And what unites us all is tremendous sense of solidarity, which I think you, Frank, were so wonderful to form during the pandemic through Segal, the famed Segal Talks that we all enjoyed and benefited from. And so the current marathon is very much about solidarity that is so essential with people of Ukraine, but not just people of Ukraine, all of us who are defending the reason, the freedom of speech, freedom, kindness. And then I would want to say a couple of words for our Ukrainian listeners, if I may. Ми хочемо вас підтримати, дорогі, любі українці. Не можемо виразити, як сумно перед нам всім. І як ми думаємо про вас, як ви боретесь за свою країну, за свій суверенітет перед обличчям відкритої агресії Росії. І всі художники зрозуміють, що свобода політична і особиста так важлива. Ви її заслуговуєте, ми всі її заслуговуємо. І дякую, що ви з нами. Тримайтеся. Frank, if you don't mind, we'll dive into the wonderful text of Odessa-born American-Ukrainian poet Ilya Kaminsky, his Deaf Republic. We are going to read an excerpt. Jim and Nicole will read an excerpt from this poem, which is a fable of love and war and feels very topical right now. It's an act in two play. It's a play in two acts in which an occupying army kills a deaf boy, and the villagers respond by marshaling a wall of silence as a source of resistance. And I'll give it to Nicole and Jim. And thanks a million, all of our artists. We stand with you, and thank you for standing with Ukraine.
Gunshot. Our country is the stage. When soldiers march into town, public assemblies are officially prohibited. But today, neighbors flock the piano music from Sonia and Alfonso's puppet show in Central Square. Some of us have climbed up into the trees, others hide behind benches and telegraph poles. When Petya, the deaf boy in the front row, sneezes, the sergeant puppet collapses, shrieking. He stands up again, snorts, shakes his fist at the laughing audience. An army jeep swerves into the square, disgorging its own sergeant. "Disperse immediately! Disperse immediately!" the puppet mimics in a wooden falsetto. "Disperse immediately!" Everyone freezes except Petya, who keeps giggling. Someone claps a hand over his mouth. The sergeant turns towards the boy, raising his finger. "You! You!" The puppet raises a finger. Sonia watches her puppet. The puppet watches the sergeant. The sergeant watches Sonia and Alfonso, but the rest of us watch Petya lean back, gather all the spit in his throat, and launch it at the sergeant. The sound we do not hear lifts the gull off the water. As soldiers march, Alfonso covers the boy's face with a newspaper. 14 people, most of us strangers, watch Sonia kneel by Petya, shot in the middle of the street. She picks up his spectacles, shining like 2 coins, balances them on his nose, observes this moment, how it convulses. Snow falls, and the dogs run into the streets like medics. 14 of us watch. Sonia kisses his forehead, her shout a hole torn in the sky. It shimmers the park benches, porch lights. We see in Sonia's open mouth the nakedness of a whole nation. She stretches out beside the little snowman napping in the middle of the street. As picking up its belly, the country runs.
Alfonso, in snow, you are alive, I whisper to myself. Therefore, something in you listens. Something runs down the street, falls, fails to get up. I run, etc., with my legs and my hands behind my pregnant wife, etc., down Vasenka Street. I run. It only takes a few minutes, etc., to make a man. Deafness and insurgency begins. Our country woke up next morning and refused to hear soldiers. In the name of Petya, we refuse. At 6 a.m., when soldiers compliment girls in the alleyway, the girls slide by, pointing to their ears. At 8, the bakery door is shut in soldier Ivanov's face, though he's their best customer. At 10, Momagalia chalks, "No one hears you," on the gates of the soldiers' barracks. By 11 a.m., arrests begin. Our hearing doesn't weaken, but something silent in us strengthens. After curfew, families of the arrested hang homemade puppets out of their windows. The streets empty but for the squeaks of strings and the tap-tap against the buildings of wooden fists and feet. In the ears of the town, snow falls. Alfonso stands answerable. My people, you were really something fucking fine on the morning of the first arrests. Our men, once frightened, bound to their beds, now stand up like human masts. Deafness passes through us like a police whistle. Here then, I testify. Each of us comes home, shouts at a wall, at a stove, at a refrigerator, at himself. Forgive me, I was not honest with you, life. To you, I stand answerable. I run, etc., with my legs and my hands, etc. I run down Vasenka Street, etc. Whoever listens, thank you for the feather on my tongue. Thank you for our argument that ends. Thank you for deafness. Lord, such fire from a match you never lit.
That map of bone and open valves. I watched the sergeant aim, the deaf boy take iron and fire in his mouth, his face on the asphalt. That map of bone and open valves. It's the air. Something in the air wants us too much. The earth is still. The tower guards eat cucumber sandwiches. The first day, soldiers examine the ears of the bartenders, accountants, soldiers, the wicked things silence does to soldiers.
They tear Dora's wife from her bed like a door off a bus. Observe this moment, how it convulses. The body of the boy lies on the asphalt like a paperclip. The body of the boy lies on the asphalt like the body of a boy. I touch the walls, feel the pulse of the house, and I stare up, wordless, and do not know why I am alive. We tiptoe this city, Sonia and I, between theaters and gardens and wrought iron gates. Be courageous, we say, but no one is courageous, as a sound we do not hear lifts the birds off the water.
The townspeople circle the boy's body. The dead boy's body still lies in the square. Sonia spoons him on the cement. Inside her, her child sleeps. Mama Galia brings Sonia a pillow. A man in a wheelchair brings a gallon of milk. Alfonso lies next to them in the snow, wraps one arm around her belly. He puts one hand to the ground. He hears the car stop, door slam, dogs bark. When he pulls his hand off the ground, he hears nothing. Behind them, a puppet lies on cement, mouth filling with snow. 40 minutes later, it is morning. Soldiers step back into the square. The townspeople lock arms to form a circle, and another circle around that circle, and another circle to keep the soldiers from the boy's body. We watch Sonia stand. The child inside her straightens its leg. Someone has given her a sign, which she holds high above her head. The people are deaf.
Act 2. The townspeople tell the story of Mama Galia. Townspeople speak of Galia on her green bicycle. Mama Galia Armolinskaya, 53, is having more sex than any of us. When she walks across the balcony, a soldier, stands up. Another stands, then the whole battalion. We try not to look at her breasts. They are everywhere, nipples like bullets. Wanting to arrest her, the soldiers visit her theater and come back to her theater every night. By day, Galia aims empty milk bottles at security checkpoints. On a green bicycle, she flies over the country like a tardy milkman, a rim of ice on her bottle caps. Galia Armolinskaya, the luckiest woman in our nation, your iron bicycle tearing with bright whiskey anthems through an advancing rank of soldiers into daylight. You pedal barefoot, wearing just shorts, and let the law go whistle.
When Mama Galia first protested, she sucks at a cigarette butt and yells to a soldier, "Go home! You haven't kissed your wife since Noah was a sailor." Madame Mama Galia Amolinskaya, what would we give to ride away from our funerals beside you in a yellow taxi, 2 windows open, leaving loaves of bread in the mailboxes of the arrested? Mama Galia Amolinskaya, by the avenue's wet walls, yells, "Deafness isn't an illness, it's a sexual position." A young soldier patrolling a curfew whispers, "Galia Amolinskaya, yes! Galia Amolinskaya whipped the lieutenant with the leash of its own patrol dog, and there were 32 persons watching," for a baker insisted on bringing his sons. On a night like this, God's got an eye on her, but she isn't a sparrow in a time of war. She teaches us how to open the door and walk through, which is the true curriculum of schools.
In a time of peace, inhabitant of Earth for 40-something years, I once found myself in a peaceful country. I watched neighbors open their phones to watch a cop demanding a man's driver's license. When the man reaches for his wallet, the cop shoots into the car window, shoots. It is a peaceful country. We pocket our phones and go to the dentist to pick up the kids from school, to buy shampoo and basil. Ours is a country in which a boy shot by police lies on the pavement for hours. We see in his open mouth the nakedness of the whole nation. We watch others watch. The body of a boy lies on the pavement exactly like the body of a boy.
It is a peaceful country, and it clips our citizens' bodies effortlessly, the way the president's wife trims her toenails. All of us still have to do the hard work of dentist appointments, of remembering to make a summer salad, basil, tomatoes. It's a joy. Tomatoes. Add a little salt. This is a time of peace. I do not hear gunshots, but watch birds splash over the backyards of the suburbs. How bright is the sky as the avenue spins on its axis? How bright is the sky? Forgive me. How bright?
Jim, thanks so much for this incredible contribution.
Thank you.
And we are going to be joined by Franz and Maria from Tivoli, New York.
Hi everyone. Добрий вечір в Україні. Все буде Україна. We're going to sing two songs for you, both inspired by Ukrainian traditional songs, specifically by the image that starts so many songs off, which is just the kind of innocent image of a tree, which then turns into an unexpected metaphor. So the first song is one of Franz's originals, and the second is a traditional song.
It's one of my originals, but it takes a Ukrainian folk song that I heard in Western Ukraine some years ago as a jumping off point. That song opened with the narrator of the song saying, "Tree, why don't you flower?" And the tree saying, I'm trying to decide if I flower white, I won't be noticed. If I flower red, too many people will notice me and they'll cut my branches off. And I use that as a way to think about the ambivalence of public and private selves. The song's called "You Don't Know I'm Here." You flower, are you troubled by and anxious of the drought? I'm deciding how to flower, speculating how to sprout. If I flower white, I'll not be noticed, and if I'm red, I will stand out. Break my branches, I've been down. You don't know I'm here. Don't know I'm here. You don't know I'm here. Don't know I'm here. All the anger fades, all the sadness stays. Isn't that the way that fades into the blue? Exit the stage door like a trip in a trapdoor. Smoke rings hang like noose. It's true. That fades before the blue. You don't know I'm here. Don't know I'm here. You don't know I'm here. Won't know I'm here. There's no secrets in this house. Nobody's left home. Actress and the bishop are wishing we would just pick up the phone. Catapult me forward and wish me well. Constant as a wishing well. If the heat doesn't get to me, coyotes ring. Flower, are you troubled by this melancholy mood? Back by your veins, running counter to the tune. a generation later, an old man too soon. The weaving tunnel lights shine that sugar melting off his spoon. Something in the heart of Tom Paine burned for revolution. Weaving tunnel lights shine like blue, melting off the moon. You don't know I'm here. Don't know I'm here. You don't know I'm here. Don't know I'm here. You don't know I'm here. Can't know I'm here. You don't know I'm here. Won't know I'm here.
Thank you. And I will sing a song that I learned from one of my teachers in Ukraine, Yevgenia Fremov. This was a song that I first learned for a project called the Chernobyl Songs Project, which we recorded in 2011 and was released in 2015. This is considered like a personal summertime kind of a song, a woman reflecting on a domestic dynamic. It starts with a very simple image of a tall birch tree. And then we get some sense of the complex interiority of this woman. And so one of the reasons I thought we might sing this song today is to never forget about the full humanity of the people who are being targeted right now in this war. Дівочко черняво, на я тебе люблю, я тебе давно знаю, да не сватай мене, бо я коров нема. Напослай не вехная в коморонь, куспати да стукотить, хрукотить, що завражаємо. Да стукотить, хрукотить, що завражаємо. Дівочко черняво.
Wonderful. Really, really, thank you so much, Maria and Franz, and then also for this beautiful, beautiful reading, Nicole and Jim. It's stunning how close it actually gets to our hearts, even through that the screen in front of us. And this is a beautiful combination of presentations, Elena, you put together. Thank you so much. Question to our musicians. You know, we have 2 more minutes. How does it feel? How do you feel in this moment, upstate New York, and listening to everything that's happening?
I will echo some of what Elena said at the beginning. It's been an incredibly painful time witnessing from this distance what is happening. Still almost impossible to comprehend, to be totally honest. I'm in touch with so many people who are there, including many musicians who we both have been in touch with a number of musicians who have been serving in the Army, in the territorial defense, in some cases playing music despite it all. And I have to say that the ease with which one can fall into despair right now is, it's too easy, but I take so much hope from the resilience and strength of the Ukrainian people who are insistently living in the midst of this utter devastation.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. It's a time of hell, and we are hopefully some signals from us will get through the flames. Thank you all so much again, Jim and Nicole, Franz and Maria and Elena, for putting this together. It's so meaningful. It's important that we listen, but we also really listen and not just imagine how it feels to be in someone else's shoe. We have to take our own shoes off first. So thank you. We're going to move on to our next segment. And thank you again to the great Brooklyn Academy of Music, one of the great institutions, like all the ones we present here in New York City, from the times of Harvey Lichtenstein and Joe Melillo, now to David Binder, who will give an introduction about the work we are going to see. I would like to thank John Hubiar and Amy Casello and Charmaine Warren for making this also possible. And we will have with us Anton of Chininikov. He's a dancer, choreographer, and poet who will join us live. But David has a message from us, and we're going to listen to it first. So we're going to hear from David Binder, who is the artistic director of BAM.
Hi everyone, my name is David Binder and I am the artistic director of BAM, the Brooklyn Academy of Music. We are honored to be a part of Ukraine on My Mind. We recognize the need for support and stand alongside our colleagues in the theater community, both here and abroad. Special thanks to Frank at CUNY for including us. We also want to thank our colleagues Bonnie Stein at GOH Productions and Simon Dove and Xenia Stotnik at ArtsLink for helping us piece this together. We are so excited to present Anton Ovchinnikov, dancer, choreographer, and poet. He joins us from Kyiv to share poetry and a dance created especially for this moment. A little bit more about Anton. He's the founder and AD of Zelyanka Space Up Contemporary Dance Festival. He's the president of the Association of UA Contemporary Dance Platform. He's the founder and AD of Black Orange Dance Production. And he's a recipient of the 2017 ArtsLink International Fellowship. We are grateful for the opportunity to connect through art, especially during these troubled times. So now it is my pleasure to introduce to you all Anton Ovchinnikov.
Thank you, David. Yeah, so
welcome, Anton.
Hello.
So tell us, where are you right now?
Right now, I'm 50 kilometers from Kyiv in a small village in my mother's house.
Incredible. So what do you see when you go outside their house?
It's fields and a small lake close to our house, and cows and dogs and birds, and now it's a blue sky, fortunately.
Incredible. One can only imagine how it must feel like if a reality changes so dramatically. Tell us, what did it mean for you?
That's a really hard time. I left Kyiv second day after the war started, and because there were shelling in Kyiv since the first day. So my daughter left to Western Ukraine, and I left here to my mother's house to help my mother to organize her living also here. And yeah, and since that moment I'm here, I travel to Kyiv once a week to buy some food, because the village is very small and just one shop here, something like that.
And how about, can you even think about artistic work? At the moment?
Yeah, I'm actually the movement-based artist. What I do mostly is dance performances and also organized dance performances. I also organize the dance festival. But since the war started, I felt like paralyzed, you know, this strange feeling that I can't move. And since the first day of the war, I started writing poetry. I made it a few times in my life before the war, but not so often. And since the first day of the war, I started writing, and then I decided that it's going to be kind of my artistic practice. So I decided to post one poetry each day on my Facebook page. And since that, since the first day, I have been doing that. So now I have about 52 poetries. Some of them translated already to English, and I want to read two of them now, because they are, I think, the best way to explain what I really feel about the situation.
Please do share.
The first one was written on the March 1st. When it's all over, you will still dance, won't you? What will your dance be like? How contemporary will it be? Have you started mounting it? Are you stretching your joints, warming your ligaments and tendons? Do you look out the window and imagine original choreography while observing how people flee from explosions? Will you try to remember? Or will you ask the dancers to improvise? Are you learning to structure the space, determining safer places to hide during shelling? Where will you direct your focus, inside or outwards, like the gaze of a Russian tanks gunner? And the movement, what will the movement will be like? Try to think of it right at this moment. For instance, imagine that you are Firebird after the burst of the Molotov cocktail, or the swan in the Swan Lake on the Black Sea near Odessa, or the rite of spring. Remember, today is the first day of spring. How high will your kicks reach? And your floor technique, will you practice it to perfection? So you are as agile as David Zembran and travel the asphalt between craters from the explosions with lightning speed. Will you flow like water that takes on the form of whatever vessel? Or be inflexible? Perhaps you'll invent the Ukrainian cramp, or maybe innovate in capoeira. Perhaps you'll try performance art and simply stand in the street naked, feeling the hail of the shrapnel on your skin. Or simply lie down and continue to lie silently in a field covered with snow like a sheet and without a single dark spot, a maximally white whiteness. Not a single spectator will be allowed to the show, but all will be able to see the recording. An endless white field on which no one will be able to discern you, dressed in white ballet tights, not even through the scope of a Turkish drone. And at this very moment, you will start to applaud yourself. It will be a moment of the greatest joy. You will have no more fear of anything, ever. Yes, this is the one. And the second one is, it was written a week ago. It's a new Russian ballet. Today I made the plan for summer. Right after the war, I'll open the School of the New Russian Classical Ballet, a special vanguard class for only men, and as it is the custom, hold an open public showing at the end. I've had sufficient time to plan it all and make decisions. I will find an ample space with windows opened wide by explosions, remove the tripwires and place the freestanding bars in the center. On the walls, I'll draw the white letter Z. Freehand. I'll soak the shirts in whitener and stain them with tomato paste. It will be slightly unsightly, but conceptual and even wonderfully brutal. The dancers will like the school, preserving the Russian spirit. I haven't been preparing in vain. And then I'll drape the windows with those starched white shirts stained red, as though crucified. And in the very first day of the class, strange as it might seem, I will announce a 100% new program, having invested it with the full force of the Russian spirit, not the spirit that is all drunkenness and misery and ruin, but that which is the hopelessness and grandeur of the Russian world and the eternal legacy of empire. So, the first position. This is the start of all ballets. You put on camouflage in tones of green, heels together, toes apart. To hell with doubts, throw away all thoughts. Arms at your sides, stomach pulled in. Perfect. You are ready and on your way, ready for further training. Just have a little patience. Second position. You must be strong and nimble. Penetrate into the homes and shops with ease. Collect the sneakers, jeans, and underclothes from the shelves and from the cases. Apples, sausages, and vodka. The mere dexterity is not sufficient here. You need the preparation of mind and conscience for a quick evaluation of the scene. And that is why we practice meditation in the second position. Sit in the pose of the eagle over an abyss and open your arms wide like giant wings or blades of a flying machine. Sit and think about the sense of your existence and the real worth of your entire life, about which is your land and which the land of others. Third position. In this position, you'll require only your hands. We will learn to perform simple tricks. You need your fingers to quickly tie the shoelace, to pull the trigger deftly and precisely. Breathe out slowly, train your eye, to pay no mind to gender, size, or age, so that it matters not if woman, man, or children. There's a rule in the new Russian ballet. You are the crown of existence, and the most important thing on our planet. Kill, rape, destroy, and don't forget to call your parents. This is your day, and you are the guest of honor at this banquet. Fourth position. In this position, you need your family's help. There is nothing that you will be able to do without them. They simply have to stay still at home and be silent, and send your parcels with rays of love and candies, maintaining all the time a clear and balanced position. Sprawl relaxed, smoking, and discussing the opposition. You too must try to feel relaxed inside. This skill will be useful in the fifth position. Fifth position. Simply drop to the ground with a relaxed body and lie there on the floor, clumsy and awkward. Twist your arms and legs as though you were broken. You may separate the wrist from the body and lay it aside. Do not avoid the feeling of strange and lifeless beauty. Let black birds into the room, best if they are ravens, and feel dead. Forget about your body. Use your imagination. Stuff your mouth with black dirt and imagine yourself in the open steppe area or in a city, or better still, another country very far from home. Try to experience and remember this instant to the full. Focus. There is a special importance to the sensation. Sixth position. There is nothing left around you. It is the end of class. And at the moment when the applause should surround you, you hear only moans, cries, voices that curse you. You have diligently learned how to produce them. Just remember all the saints, Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, Mussorgsky or Tchaikovsky to yourself. You might remember the Soviet hymn or how to cry victory at demonstrations. You did not know that it will be that easy to earn fame. The new Russian ballet is now known in all the world, and your worship rolls on the sea so softly, and honestly, watching it is so sweet. That's it.
Wow, Willie, thank you.
And I have the video performance, which was made this week during actually the 3 days, right here in this village on the lake. You will see it on the lake. And yeah, that's what I wanted to present.
How long do we have a little bit of time to talk? How long is the video, the dance video?
It's 14 minutes.
14 minutes, so maybe we should go right into it. But true, it is incredible to think that you say, as a dance song choreographer, you say, I cannot move anymore. And what does it mean now to jump high in that new, the 100% new program of the famous Russian ballet? You know, there's that idea of the theater of war, and that now everything has changed, and that, you know, you question, in a way, one hears also artistic heroes of yours and how to deal with them, you know, in a time of war. It is so sad and devastating that you have to think about this. But let's go and watch your video, see what you did. You just recorded it the other day, last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead. Team, please do.
Please.
Well, thank you so much. This is just incredible that, to think that you just recorded that last week with war, not too far away on your mind, and knowing that as a subtext, it is most impressive here. Everybody, this was Anton Ovchinnikov for the Brooklyn Academy of Music. Anton, thank you so much. Normally we would go over, but we have now the next segment coming up. Congratulations again, and wonderful that
Thank
you also
you.
turn to poetry, that you continue to work, and to see you dancing there out in the fields, close to the cornfields of Kyiv, is something very beautiful in that madness we're experiencing. Thank you so much. So
thank you, Frank.
Thank you. So let's go on to our next segment, and we will go now to an important place that has emerged over the last decades, not directly in the city of New York or of Manhattan, where most of it concentrated, or Brooklyn. It is actually out in Watermill in Long Island. It is the center of the great Robert Wilson, one of the great theater artists of all time, one of the grandmasters of theater. And we have with us in the beginning here, Elise Herget, who is the director at the moment, of the Watermill Center. Elise, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm good. I can hear you. How are you doing?
Good. I know Bob is in Texas, and hopefully we'll connect soon. And thank you for joining us, Elise. Tell us a little bit about Watermill Center. It has been, in a way, close also to a spirit, what we do here at the Segal Center, or also BAM and St. It's an international center. It's a global center, and through this you are connected to the world. Tell us a little bit about Watermill.
Yeah, absolutely. So Watermill was founded in 1992 by Robert Wilson, the theater director and opera director, and we were founded as a laboratory for the arts. It was originally a Western Union facility, and kind of taking from that same energy, founded a laboratory and an incubator for experimentation and the creative process, really focused on creative thinking and exploring openly, and having just a space and the time to explore. And we've, over the past 30 years, I can't believe we're about to celebrate our 30th summer. We've really served a global community, inviting over 150 artists to create work each year at the Watermill Center. And from all over the world, we're generally serving about 35 different countries on an annual basis. And we host artist residency programs. Those are our core programs and fellowships, but we also have a number of education programs. And really, it's a space to kind of create and to inspire as well.
Yeah, and I know you had to shut down in the time of Corona. You are slowly restarting.
We are, yeah. We've made some pretty substantial changes because of COVID, but we've really been able to ramp back up programming this year and last year. And right now we have 6 artists in residence, 3. A Polish choreographer, dancer, a Greek sculptor, a New York-based visual artist, and then two dancers with the choreographer. Yeah. So we are still running residencies, which is great.
You're still running residencies. Yes, you have had, I think, many artists actually from the Eastern Europe over the decades, and your center is one of the few places also, like here Arts Center, which we had here today, or the institution I mentioned that opens. Why do you feel, why does Bob think that Watermill Center should be a global center, but it has to be, and not for American artists who also need, just for American artists who also need space and time and attention and encouragement?
Absolutely. I mean, I think for Bob, he's always, he's been a global artist himself. He is the definition of an international artist, and takes a lot of influence from other cultures and other time periods. We have a large collection of works that span many, many cultures, and, go all the way back to 5000 BC and up to contemporary works that were made last week. And for him, really looking at the global footprint and being able to bring artists in from other cultural, with other cultural backgrounds, a way for him to learn and to be curious and to create work as well. So we've, one of our, let's say, guiding principles for the organization is to serve both our local community that is in and around Watermill and New York City, while also looking to a global community and working with the global community.
The situation in Ukraine, is this on your mind? Is this on the mind of the staff of the Watermill people? Is this influencing what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been trying to figure out ways that we can really step up and be able to work, especially with the artistic community in Ukraine, and knowing a number of artists who have remained in Ukraine to continue to support and to create work there has really influenced us in kind of how we're thinking about summer and going forward also into the fall of what we can do. So there are a couple different initiatives that we're hoping that we can be, of service and help out in some way that we can. We have this amazing facility, 10-acre property and an 8-bedroom house that we host artists in. So that's something that I'm really looking towards is, if we can host a residency with Ukrainian refugees, with Ukrainian artists, to be able to support their practice and support them just in general, but then looking more also towards just the emergency relief of the current moment. I think there's somewhat of a dual initiative there of trying to figure out how the Watermill Center can really position ourselves to be as helpful as possible.
Yeah. Did you have Ukrainian artists in the past?
We have had a few during the summer program over the years, and we have a number of supporters. The Long Island community, there's a really big Ukrainian community within Long Island. So we have a number of community members and local artists that we've worked with who had immigrated from Ukraine a number of years ago. And so I've kind of turned to that community to really figure out where we can best be helpful in this moment. There's 2 women specifically that I'm kind of working with through, and they're in touch with about 20 artists who are actively living and working in Ukraine right now, mostly in Kyiv. And so that's kind of where we're kind of looking, but we don't have a super, every summer we had about, let's say 70 artists coming, representing about 30 countries. So there were a couple of Ukrainian artists who came through that program.
That is amazing. I'm sure, I think Bob is in Texas somewhere, and hopefully it will be connected to join us. And I think he looks like he's just entering the waiting room.
Oh, good.
And we are so grateful. I know you also prepared a reading, right? You have a Tal Adnan poem, which you will read to us. But let's first say hello to Bob. Bob, can you hear us?
Hi, Frank. Good morning.
How wonderful and lovely that you join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, we started at 10 o'clock and we will have, as you know, 12 hours of programming with 24 New York theater organizations, from BAM, the Brooklyn Academy, where you will present your beautiful work, The Shed, Sang Dance Warehouse, Here Art Center, and many, many others. And we, of course, included Watermill Center, which is such an important institution, perhaps not as fully known as it should be. We ask you to read some of the text, but if I can ask the question first, what does it mean to you as an artist in the world, and one of the great artists, one of the grandmasters ever in the theater, to create work in a time of war?
Well, I think that it's more necessary than ever for artists to create work, and it's a way where people come together, and irregardless of political beliefs religious beliefs, or those things will always separate man. But art can serve the unique function of bringing people together, where people share something for a brief moment. And that is one of the special things that art can do.
You created that work, that brilliant work, The Civil Wars. And it also looked at the history of wars. And in a way, Russians shooting at the Ukrainians, who they want to be liberate as brothers and get back, but they are shooting them. Tell us a bit, why did you create, what was the idea for you to do this massive, also global work for civil wars?
Well, my production of the Civil Wars was any kind of civil strife. So a child learning to tie his shoes, or someone learning to walk, someone learning to speak. So it included many things, but the experience of learning. And so it was any kind of civil strife. That was the underlying theme. And it wasn't necessarily war with guns. And
But it looked at many conflicts. As someone said, the opposite of
referred back to Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
Lincoln was not a popular president at his time. It was only after, sometimes years after his death, that he was acknowledged as being a great man. And so it was reflecting on I had as a subtitle, "A tree is best measured when it's down." It's an old American folk saying, and it had a lot to do with the American Civil War and the emancipation of slaves. And one of the deep roots in all of my work since the very beginning has been a concern for the Black race. My first play was written with an Afro-American boy who had never been to school and knew no words and was deaf, and was going to be institutionalized. Throughout my career, I've always referred to the Afro-American slave and their fight, which was very civil. You take a race of people that were beaten, chained, enslaved, not allowed to read a book except the Bible. But the entire body of music that they produced in the Negro spirituals, which is the root of American music, there's not one song that's protest. There's not one song that's negative. It's about hope. So it's a that's what I think is underlying in this time, is that the arts can produce a voice that is about hope. And just look at the Afro-Americans who were enslaved and what they did. And so I think it's more necessary than ever, Frank, that artists speak up and do works that bring people collectively together.
Yeah. And as someone said here, the opposite of war is not just peace, it's actually creation. I think your Watermill Center is a place of creation. I asked it Elise earlier, but it has always been a global center. You have been a global artist. And what does it, why is that so important to you to actually have had Ukrainian artists over the last decades and from all around the world at your place? What hope are you giving through your center?
Well, I think that the Watermill Center has an open door policy. The central building There is no door. There is no gate at the entrance of the property. So it's open to anyone to enter. I've often quoted the Bible. The Bible says, "Behold, I sat before thee an open door." So it's very important that we, as we have a center for creative thinking, that we are aware of what is happening in the rest of the world. In the United States, we live in a vast country. We know no borders. For the most part, the people in the United States have not traveled. So we don't really know, you're German, we really don't know what it's like in Germany. We don't know what it's like in Afghanistan. We don't know what it's like in Grenada. We don't know what it's like with the Eskimos, because we live in this vast country. And so I think it's important that we have some understanding of what is going on in the rest of the world. And I mean, it's embarrassing, but I live in New York State. The New York State Council on the Art, by and large, only funds projects that are in the state of New York. So how narrow and provincial this attitude is.
So true. Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
very important that we we inform ourselves. And when we can, is we've always, since the very beginning, since the first day we started the center, we had people from other nations and working together collectively, whether it was gardening or preparing food or working on different artistic projects.
Yeah, it is an open door, and it has been open for so many artists. Bob, you also write text. It's not as much known. Many of your works, you wrote your text, Civil Wars, but also for Golden Windows, Death, Destruction, and Detroit. You worked with Christopher Knowles. Can we ask you, do you have something for us you might want to read?
Yes, I've selected various texts of Christopher Knowles. Chris was a very young man. He had spent a better part of his life in the Odie Heck School in Schenectady in New York. And he was staying with me in the early 70s. In 1974, Philip Glass and I decided that we would make an opera. And we called it Einstein on the Beach. And I had asked quite early on, after Phil and I decided to make a work, if he would write text for the opera. And I said, Christopher, who is Einstein? And he said, I don't know. I said, come on, Chris, who is Einstein? No, I don't know. I said, Christopher, who is Einstein? He said, let me think. And then he wrote the following, and I'm going to read this. And this is a text we heard in the beginning of Einstein on the Beach. It's called These Are the Days. But did it get some wind for the sailboat? And it could get these where it is. It could get the railroads for these workers. It could be a balloon. It could be Frankie. It could be very fresh and clean. It could be all these are the days, my friends, and these are the days, my friends. Would I get some wind for the sailboat? And I could get those where it is. It could be Frankie. It could be Johnny. It could be very fresh and clean. It could get some gasoline shortest one. All these are the days, my friends, and these are the days, my friends. Would it get some wind for the sailboat? And it could get these where it is. It could be Frankie. It could be Johnny. It could be very fresh and clean. It could be all these are the days, my friends, and these are the days, my friends. But it could get some wind for the sailboat, and it could get these for the workers. It could be a balloon. It could be Frankie. It could be very fresh and clean. It could get some gasoline, shortest ones. Oh, these are the days, my friends, and these are the days, my friends. So this is one of the texts that we had. And prior to that, Chris and I performed in Europe. And we were in Paris, and we were in Milano, we were in Rome, we were in Germany. And this was a piece that he wrote. It was called A Mad Man, a Mad Urge, a Mad Giant, a Mad Man, a Mad Giant, a Mad Dog, a Mad Urge, a Mad Face, a Mad Man, a Mad Giant, a Mad Dog, a Mad Urge, a Mad Face, a Mad Man, a Mad Giant, a Mad Urge, a Mad Face. And that was the piece that the two of us performed. This is a work, a text that Chris performed the loft I had in Lower Manhattan at 147 Spring Street. This is a piece that we performed at 6 o'clock in the morning. And this was the text he and I performed together. I think I love you. This morning I woke up his feelings. I knew he was like silver. So it's good to know that in this thing, it was the kind of thing it is. It could be a reason to know you must not know, to shout about when you're walking about on the roof. It was okay. So it was a television onto the stage. I think I love you. I think I love you. I think I'm afraid of, I guess, I'm sure about the pupil. This morning I woke up his feelings. I knew he was a little like silver. So it was good to know that in this thing, it was a kind of thing it is to be. It could be some reason to know you must not shout when you're walking on the roof. It was okay. So it was the television onto the stage. I think I love you. That's what I'm afraid of, I guess. I'm sure about a pupil. I woke up with a brain. I woke up with some spring under my bed. So it was the roof. I think I love you. I think I love you. I think I'm afraid, I guess. I'm afraid I'm sure about a pupil. This morning I woke up his feelings. I knew he was like a silver. So it was good to know that in this thing, it was a kind of thing it is that kind of thing it is. It could be reason to know you must not think about that when I'm walking on the roof. It was okay. So is the television on this stage. I think I love you. I think I love you. I think I'm afraid, I guess I'm sure about a pupil. It was so good to know that in this thing, it was the kind of thing it is the kind of thing it is. It could be reason to know you must not shout when you're walking on the roof. I'm okay. So it was the television onto the stage. I think I love you. I think I love you. I think I love you. This was when Chris came to stay with me. He lived in my loft. And this was what he said the second night he was with me. I am the red secondary planned up as jet madness in the sky. It would be light. So it was a silver dress into a style to be so hot. It could be madness. It would be real fine checker. It was so mad. It could go mad. It would be so good to style the hair in time. So everything is beautiful on the nest to be alone. It was so nice to be that and to be that too. I am the red secondary planned up pest, jet madness in the sky. It would be light. It was a silver dress into style to be so hot. it would be madness. It'd be real fine checkers. It is so mad. It could go mad. It could be so good to style in the hair and team. So everything is beautiful on the nest to be alone. It was so nice to be that and to be that too. So onto the group two. A second jar has like very team into a mad jar to deal with me and to deal with me and you too. So everything is beautiful on the nest to be alone. It was so nice to be that and to be that too. I'm the red secondary plant, up past jet madness in the sky. It would be light. It was a real shock. That was the second night he was staying with me to hear this text. And what is amazing is that, I don't know if you can see this, probably not.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
So you can, Elise and Frank, read it many ways. I'm reading just the first word of each line. I, so, it, so, I, so, it, so, I. A, so, I, so, I, so, I, it, so, it, so, credits. This is the end of all the lines of the text I just read. It would be light. It would be light too. It would be light. It would be light too. It would be light. It would be light too. It would be that too. So those, you can read it multiple ways, and it's always graphically very beautiful to see.
You can read it from enter it any direction, horizontal, vertical, below, above. Yeah.
What is amazing about Chris is that when he's typing, there's a rhythm to the little old-fashioned typewriter that you go.
Yeah, that's amazing. A typewriter.
Composing music. And so it's visually constructed, it's audially constructed in terms of the typewriter, and then musically in terms of the text.
Yeah, it's still a manual, mechanical instrument in a way, like these weapons of war that are mechanical, but the typewriters are on the side of peace and poetry, like your work is so beautiful, poetic. We have about a minute or two left, but what are you working on now?
I'm in Houston and I'm preparing an exhibition of drawings and video. And I'm directing Puccini's Turandot at the Houston Grand Opera.
Fantastic.
Then I go to Spain where I'm producing a work with students and non-professionals in the Contemporary Art Museum in Palma.
In Palma, incredible. And then you're not too far away, just 1,000 kilometers or even less, 500 to a war zone is incredible. I think this is why your work is so important. It is so shining. I know how much work you put in and how much detail, but more light actually comes out because you crafted so beautifully. And we really want to thank you, Bob, for taking the time to be with us. I know how hard you work and how much it's so meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Bob. It means the world to us, really. Thank you. Thank you. And before us was BAM, the Brooklyn Academy of Music, and now we go to St. Anne's Warehouse. And I don't know if they are already with us. Elise, thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for doing this, really special.
And we will have your Itel Adnan poem, where Bob also is preparing about later, another time. But thank you so much. And let's move to the St. Anne's Warehouse. And we have the great Jim Findlay with us, who prepared a fantastic program. Jim, can you hear me? So it must be there. I saw the name. So actually would like to thank Susan Feldman, who very early on actually was a supporter of the project when she when we asked around, you know, what can we do? She was one of the first I called, and I think her energy, her input and her dedication also to the social, political, and causes is real. It is serious, and we are thrilled to have here with us. And Jim put together quite a lineup of artists. And
Frank, I can jump in and stand fish here. It's
Dan is there. Yeah. So we have Jim Dawson, Jake Roberts, Yolanda. Go ahead, Dan.
Where it says Kate Watkins, that's us. So
fantastic. So I don't see you, but so put your camera on and go on.
Okay, awesome. Here we go. All right, I'm going to start the video and then I'll give you. All right, here we go.
Hi.
There's a man going around taking names. There's a man going around taking names. He has taken my mother's name, and he left my heart in pain. There's a man going around taking names. There's a man going around taking names. There's a man going around taking names. He has taken my father's name, and it's left my heart in pain. There's a man going round taking names. Now death is the man taking names. Yes, death is the man taking names. He has taken my brother's name, and it's left my heart in pain. There's a man going around taking names. There's a man going around taking names. There's a man going around taking names.
Hello, Frank.
Hi, Jim. Thank you for putting this together for us.
Very happy to be here. Very happy to be here, everybody. That was an old song by an unknown author performed by Marisha Wallace with piano by Tom Brady and directed by Daniel Fish, live from the rehearsal room of Oklahoma in London, I believe. So I'm Jim Finley. I'm the Director of Production Operations at St. Anne's Warehouse, and Frank approached us to participate in this. We were happy to do it. Our approach was to make the offer to artists to give them an opportunity to share something short. So we've basically put together a little mini festival here. So there's 6 artists going to be sharing today. The first one was Daniel Fish, and the next artist is going to be Ben Williams, and he's going to be doing an excerpt from the Voyager Golden Record. And I will turn it over to Ben here now.
Thanks, Jim. Hey, Frank. Hey, everyone. I'm Ben. This is a mix of some images from my favorite Ukrainian film, Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors. And I'll be reading from the Voyager Golden Record. May all be very well. Friends of space, how are you all? Have you eaten yet? Come visit us if you have time. Greetings to our friends in the stars. We wish that we will meet you someday.
Shalom.
Peace. To all those who exist in the universe, greetings. Hello. Let there be peace everywhere. Are you well? Hi, how are you? Wish you peace, health, and happiness. Dear friends, we wish you the best. Heartfelt greetings to everyone.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
Hello from the children of planet Earth. Hello, everybody. Heartfelt greetings to all. Greetings to you, whoever you are. We come in friendship to those who are friends. Greetings from a human being of the earth. Please contact.
Shalom.
Peace. Greetings from the inhabitants of this world. Hail. We are sending greetings in the Hungarian language to all peace-loving beings in the universe. We wish all of you well. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye, and see you next time. Many greetings and wishes. Hello, how are you? Greetings on behalf of Canada-speaking people. Good wishes. Hello to everybody from this earth in Quechua language. How are you? Greetings to you, whoever you are. We have goodwill towards you and bring peace across space. Greetings to all peoples of the universe. God give you peace, always. Hope everyone's well. We are thinking about you all. Please come here to visit when you have time. Greetings to people of the earth and their good wishes. Wishing you a peaceful future from the Earthlings. We greet you, great ones. We wish you longevity. How are all you people of other planets? Greetings to the inhabitants of the universe from the third planet, Earth, of the star sign. Hello to the residents of the far skies. Welcome, creatures from beyond the outer world. Peace and happiness to all. Welcome home. It's a pleasure to receive you. Hello to everyone. We are happy here, and you be happy there. Greetings to everybody. Greetings. I welcome you. We wish you everything good from our planet. Wish you a long life. We greet you, oh great ones. Hello. Greetings to all. May all be well. Greetings from a computer programmer in the little university town of Ithaca on the planet Earth. Greetings. Best wishes from Telugu-speaking people. We in this world send you our goodwill. Dear Turkish-speaking friends, may the honors of the morning be upon your heads.
Пересилаємо привіт із нашого світу. Бажаємо щастя, здоров'я і многое літа.
We are sending greetings from our world, wishing you happiness, goodness, good health in many years. Peace on you. We, the inhabitants of this earth, send our greetings to you. Sincerely send you our friendly greetings. Good health to you now and forever. Best wishes to you all.
Great, thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Okay, I think we're rolling on here. Our next presentation is going to be from a piece of writing called "If We Must Die" by Claudia McKay, and it's going to be performed by Yolanda Ross, who is joining us from Chicago. Welcome, Yolanda.
Thanks for having me. If we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and pinned in an inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their mock at our accursed lot. If we must die, oh, let us die nobly, so that our precious blood may not be shed in vain. Then even the monsters we defy shall be constrained to honor us, though dead. O kinsmen, we must meet the common foe. Though far outnumbered, let us show us brave, and for their 1,000 blows deal one death blow. What though before us lies the open grave? Like men, we'll face the murderous, cowardly pack, pressed to the wall, dying, but fighting back. Thanks.
Thank you, Yolanda. Appreciate it. Okay. The next artist who's going to be sharing with us is, let me pull up my slide, a reading from Patty Chayefsky, performed by Jake Robards. Maybe Jake will tell us where he's coming in from, because I'm not exactly sure.
Hi there, I'm in Los Angeles and I'm really happy to join you today. I don't have to tell you that things are bad. I mean, everybody knows that things are bad. It's a depression and everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth and banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. And punks are running wild in the street and there's nobody anywhere that seems to know what to do about it and there's no end to it. We know that our air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. And we sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. I mean, we know things are bad. They're worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy. So we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house and slowly the world we are living in is getting smaller. And all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel belted radios. And I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I am not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I don't know what I would tell you to write to them. I don't know what to do about the depression or the inflation or the Russians and the crime in the streets. All I know is that first you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being, God damn it. My life has value. I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window. I want you to open it. I want you to stick your head out and yell, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. I want you to get up right now. Sit up. Go to your windows. Open them and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. Things have got to change, but first you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. We'll figure out what to do about the depression and the inflation and the oil crisis. But first, get up out of your chairs and open the window and stick your head out and yell and say it. I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore.
All right. Having trouble operating this thing. Okay, that was Jake Robards. Classic Patty Chayefsky. Our next artist up is Cyrus Moshrefi, who's going to be performing a piece that he developed in collaboration with myself and Jim Dawson. Cyrus is coming to us from Fort Worth. Welcome, Cyrus.
Thank you. My name is Cyrus Moshrefi. I am in the boxing gym that I'm building in the basement of a 100-year-old Catholic school for girls in Fort Worth, Texas. The school, when it was still a school. It was called Our Lady of Victory. That was before a guy bought it in the 1970s and renovated it into apartment units. It's now mostly mid to low income Latin American community. The apartments aren't fancy. It was the 70s, not the 20s. A few days ago, I was outside when my neighbor Teresa was getting out of her car, and I noticed she was limping. And I asked her about it, and she told me a pretty disturbing story about getting her ribs broken in by her boyfriend. And it made me very angry. And my first impulse was a primal urge to respond to this unacceptable violence with violence. To be honest, what I really felt was that I wanted to hunt that guy down and hurt him badly. Revenge. It's an old story, of course, the Bible, Shakespeare, etc. And I sat with this feeling for a few days, and it made me think of what my martial arts teacher told me years ago. A student asked his fighting instructor why they had to weed the teacher's garden when they were also learning how to use the sword and the bow staff. The teacher said, it's simple. It's better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener in a war. And I realized that's pretty much why I'm building this gym, to help people learn self-defense. When I checked in with Teresa later, I offered that if she wanted, she could train here with me for free. As an Iranian American kid growing up in small town Texas, learning to defend myself was pretty important to me. I want to be honest if anyone in Ukraine is seeing this. I don't know what you are going through. I live in a country that exports state violence across the world and imprisons more people than any other while enjoying the highest standard of living in history. We bully our neighbors and are never bullied. To be truthful, we bully the world. And I live in Texas, USA, a place where everyone feels that freedom is a warm gun. A place where someone could show up at my house, my parents' home, with a gun any day, any night, wave it in the air like it's a flag of freedom and not draw a stare. That's not what happens here in our neighborhood, though. The people in this old girls' school building are lovely and peaceful and skeptical that guns magically make them safe. When Mrs. Sanchez was quarantined last week, there were too many people bringing her food. We all tended to the garden together, and 3 neighbors have lent a hand laying down this gym floor. But that's not the whole story. My trust in the people down the same street is breaking down. Last week, a mosque here was defaced. The synagogue has guards out front, and working as private security offers the best pay in town. And when I meet someone, I wonder what world they inhabit. Are your little green men flying in spaceships, lying invaders, saviors, or ghosts? I've always felt that everyone deserves respect for their freedom to believe what they want. But now some of those beliefs make me stock up on ammunition. That's what Texas is good at. I worry about the moment when the kind of unthinkable horrors that are happening in Ukraine might come here. Would we have the courage to come together like the people of Ukraine? Are we prepared to defend ourselves? Am I? Are you? It's hard to imagine that it could be possible here. The unhinged political lying often seems better to ignore. But what happens when lies win again? When the crazy becomes real and has bullets and bombs? My parents were still in Iran when Khomeini flew into Tehran, courtesy of Air France. to cement the Iranian Revolution. My mom was a university professor at the time, and the sense of possibility was still alive for the first few days and weeks. But she learned pretty quickly that this wasn't liberation. She fought back with truth and moral authority, telling her students that patriotic God rhetoric was sending them to die on the border with Iraq. But when the warnings turned to detainment, she ran for her life. She came to America. I'm going to train Teresa to block the next blow, and anyone else who wants not to run. Long live the comedians. Slava Ukraine.
All right, thanks, Cyrus. Hi everybody. I'm very sad to tell you that Mo Sarar, who was supposed to be joining us from London, has had a family emergency in the last very short period of time, and we just received word from Mo that he's not going to be able to join us. So we're very sorry to hear that. But I want to invite all the other artists who participated, if they're still in the Zoom session, they can make their cameras live again and come back on, and can chat with Frank for a few minutes. Hi, Frank.
Yeah. First of all, really, thank you for this kaleidoscope of of readings, and Yolanda's very beautiful Delpfeld poetry reading, and Jake's really mad and outraged reading, and Ben's sophisticated, beautiful messages he was sending back from to the universe, from the universe, and everywhere. How does this all feel for you as artists who are creating work at the moment, that our colleagues, we just had some Ukrainians who joined us from their private homes or even from their shelters? Does it have an influence on what you think? Is it very far away? Is it another planet, Europe? Maybe we start, Yolanda.
No, it's not another planet. I mean, the last person that just spoke to me very clearly, because with just the right tip of things happening, your whole world can change. What's interesting to see about it is, and think about is, how would we react? Like, that country, it's like, I don't know if the United States would be the same way. I really don't. My heart goes out to them, and I think it's beautiful for them to stay and fight for their country. I don't know how many of us really would, because we're so divided here. So I don't know what else to say about it, but it's very interesting to watch, and sad and messed up. And, I hope that we can help them.
Yeah, Jake, what's on your mind?
I mean, to follow up with what Yolanda said, I mean, there is an immediacy that the world is smaller, and we are in touch with people, across the ocean, maybe in a way that we weren't in other ways. So I feel a strong connection listening to some of the live stream earlier, and just hearing the stories about the choreographer who was living just outside of Kyiv with his mom, and has to go into town just to get food. It was really striking to me, how we are separate and sheltered, and some of this did feel a little, removed from it, that it almost meaningless. But in a way, that's what, you have to remind ourselves that it's worthy to express our support and outrage and things from afar, so that they know that we are joining with them.
Yeah, I think like it was meaningful for New York City after 9/11 to hear voices from around the world, of support, how much it meant to all of us. Ben, why did you choose that piece? Ben, can you hear us? I think he's temporarily frozen. Jim, you are a producer now also. You're working in production.
Thinking how many, can you guys hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yes, back. Go ahead. Yes.
house. I'm trying to find a stronger signal. I
Yeah.
think this might be a stronger internet signal over
Yes.
here. Okay,
Yes.
great. Trying to because of how globally interactive this all is, you know.
Yeah, maybe it's not the best spot in the world. Let's wait till he finds a better one. Jim, let's go to Jim.
Headed to the next elevator, and we're going to Bill, thinking about.
Yeah. Ben, we can't really hear
Can you guys hear me?
No, we
Okay,
cannot.
I'm
really
going to
hear
stop
you.
my
Let's- Yeah, stop the video. Maybe answer. Yeah, say.
I stopped my video. Okay, no more video.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you know, just it's such a global phenomenon. There's no way to think about it as just an isolated event in Eastern Europe. It's the entire globe that's affected by it. And I was saying, or trying to say, that I'm headed to Europe next month on a tour with Elevator Repair Service. And, you know, I will be in a NATO capital and thinking about, you know, all the implications of proximity there. But you know, it also just makes me think about who I'm collaborating with, and am I doing the kind of work that I want to be doing, and you know, doubling down on and doing some soul searching of what that means to be doing work right now.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope it will be a safe trip and a good trip. And Jim, for you, and maybe also Susan at St. Anne's, you're just trying to get back things on stage to reopen that big, beautiful theater, barely just renovated before COVID, a couple years. Do you guys feel a different atmosphere? You're so such international connections on the ground there.
Yeah. I mean, there's many artists we're working with who are very directly affected by this in Eastern Europe and all over. I mean, the response when we reached out about this event was very strong, because I think everybody wants to find a way to come together, because the repercussions of us not finding a way to come together, which Yolanda sort of referenced before, I think is major. So for me, like participating in this kind of thing is like the first step of like coming together, and it's easy to feel pretty helpless and isolated, even if you're quite aware and tuned into the situation and you know, aware of the horror and feel the need to be a witness. We're still here in Brooklyn. The birds are singing in my backyard. You know, it's hard to understand. It's hard to even understand what people are going through there. So I think it just starts to blot out everything when you start to really consider it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it will be such a big fallout. Like Sarah's, like you said, your family left. I guess also Iran had to leave because my guess is also because of wars or civil wars or revolutions. How has it affected your family, the whole situation of, we have about a minute left, you know, do you feel this is something that will go on for generations, where your family will walk through to have been forced to leave a country after?
How does my family feel about what's happening right now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that they completely relate to. You're just being bullied. You're being shoved out of somewhere where you grew up. It's your home. It's what you walk on. You grew up, you know, your children, your food, everything is coming out of this ground that someone is taking away from you.
Yeah. It's really, it is shifting grounds, what we are on. And I really would like to thank you all for this tremendous contribution. I can only imagine how much preparation went into that. That's fantastic, Jim. Thank you, Yolanda, Jake, Cyrus, and Ben, and Ashley, who couldn't make it, and Mo. You know, we do it another time. We are fantastic. A group of artists, and thanks, St. Anne's. We're going to move over also, speaking of shifting grounds to the public now.
Thanks,
and,
Frank.
Thank you all, really.
Artists.
That's fantastic. And I hope they are with us. Yes, we now have the public theater and with us. Bye bye, Yolanda, and everyone. And I hope they were able to sign in. Oscar also was like Susan, one of the first, to say yes, of course we're going to do that. And we have already, I see Tony Kushner with us. Oscar asked him to join us, and 2 more people are there. Oscar, here he is, and I think we will have Shaina Taub. So Oscar, welcome. Maybe you lead the session. First of all, really thank you for making this happen.
It is a complete honor to be here. I'm going to be joined soon by some of my compatriots as they show up from the public theater. Maybe we should start. I'll introduce myself and then hand to you. I'm Oscar Eustace. I'm artistic director of the Public Theater in New York. We're perhaps best known for doing free Shakespeare in the Park every summer since 1954, something that's done all over the world, and more recently producing Hamilton. But for 60 years, the core of the public theater has been to be a theater for the people, and a theater that tries to make sure that the culture belongs to everybody, that it is a democratic theater at its very core. And I'm delighted to be joined by some of the artists who do the work that make up that theater. And Jessica and Eric, perhaps you could take it from here.
Sure thing. Hi, I'm Jessica Blank.
And I'm Eric Jensen. We're married, so sometimes we interrupt each other.
It's true. We're documentary theater makers, among other things. And right now we have a play running in New York that was commissioned by the public and which Oscar has been involved in the life of since the very beginning, based on interviews that we did with surviving family members of coal miners who were killed in the 2010 Upper Big Branch mine disaster in West Virginia. In our documentary theater work, we tend to go and talk to folks who have lived through really difficult stuff often, and who our audiences might think they have nothing in common with. And we translate the interviews that we do with folks into theatrical structure that makes audiences empathize and feel things and feel commonalities that they might never think they would feel. We believe that's one of the incredibly powerful things about theater, is that it asks us to do that, and that when it's structured correctly, does it automatically. So we try to use that power to help people understand the lived experiences of real people in a deeper emotional way.
Other plays that we've done, our first play that we did together was The Exonerated, which was based on interviews with exonerated death row inmates. And then a play called Aftermath, which was based on interviews that we conducted with Iraqi refugees living in Jordan.
And then The Line, which we did for the public, based on interviews with frontline medical responders in New York City in May of 2020. So just recently in New York, many of the family members of the miners who were lost in the UBB mine disaster just came to see the play. And it's pretty difficult to put into words the alchemical nature of the encounter between these real folks and the play, and also the audiences watching the play, to see themselves, for them to see themselves be seen by the audiences. They all reported back to us was really transformative, especially for a group of people that feel like they've been largely forgotten.
And one of the things that I will say about that specific performance, it was one of the places where, on the one hand, theater completely fulfilled itself. It was an extraordinary night of theater. But on the other hand, it went beyond being a piece of theater, because this was a testimony it actually became a memorial service. And it was a memorial service that was shared by the audience and by the actors on stage. And I think it brought out something that the theater can do like no other form that I know, which is bring people together to understand the commonality of their grief or of their joy, and experience that as it's an extraordinary work. We've been joined by another close friend, comrade, stalwart of the public theater, Tony Kushner. And Natalia, such a pleasure to see you. Natalia of the Belarus Free Theater, who is one of the great theater activists in the world today, doing just extraordinary work. And maybe if I could start, Natalia, would you, you have talked to me about your understanding of how your situation or the situation of your country, Belarus, and the Ukraine and Russia are tied together and need to be looked at as a whole in order to be understood. And if you could say a little bit about both BFT and about your point of view on that, I would be very grateful.
Oh, it's a great pleasure to be here tonight, but daytime for New York. But of course, it's the reason why we're here today. It's absolute complete disaster, because we, as artists, we people, if I talk about Belarus Free Theatre, who works underground for the last 17 years under dictatorship, and every single member of the company went through harassments. And the last time the major arrest against them happened in 2020, in 2021, when our managing directors been kept in jail in a cell for 12 meters with 45 other women in cell, with no water, with no toilet. There was no war. There was no water for them. And it was necessary for them to circulate and try to imagine that there is air by removing their clothes from them. And it's just those inhuman conditions in which theater makers are trying to create art. And that's happening for the last 17 years, for all years of our existence. When we only do the theater, when we only share with our audience what is happening in today's life, what is happening around us, that particular moment, artists get arrested. Because for authorities, what is scary is creativity and morality. This is what put dictators into panic mode. And that's why today in Belarus, we have a number of artists in jail going above even journalists and human rights defenders. And that says it all, because we all together with everyone who is on this call or who listen to that, we as artists, we do not have any political agenda. We only have one weapon, and it's art. And only because we are those X-rays machines of society, that's why all dictators and all systems are scared of us. And in those conditions, we've been trying to say to the world, by all possible means of performing arts, by all possible means of documentary filmmaking, video making, saying that if you do not stop dictator in that geopolitical note, if you do not stop as you feel a tiny dictator, as Lukashenko, he was considered, because in Belarus we have 10 million population, and unfortunately, people, as we know, are not a popular commodity. Only oil and gas is a popular one. And for years, Belarus was considered not sexy. When you consider dictator that way and do not pay proper attention on time, then that dictator is welcoming much bigger dictator and giving his country for launches of more than 1,000 rockets from Belarusian territory against Ukraine. That geopolitical note must be resolved only as one. That's why the most recent show, Dogs of Europe, it talks about exactly that. This is based on the novel of Belarusian writer, and it talks about how Russia built up a new Reich. He wrote that piece in 2018 in Belarus, and unfortunately, It's exactly happening already now when we observe how Russia is building new Reich, how Europe and the whole West became gray zone that lost ability to read books. As a result of it, lost political thinking. That's why that artistic message has to be heard all over the world. Otherwise, neither Belarusian political prisoners, and there are thousands of them who continue to be tortured in jail, neither thousands of raped, killed Ukrainians will not save your democracy, because it's not about us anymore. It's about you. And only if we stand up together, then there is a chance to change it.
Natalia, you have been a hero of mine since I met you, which is now a long time ago. And that is sort of comes from two different places. One, the theater you make is so powerful and so undeniable. It has such combination of intellectual and visceral force that the quality of the artistic work of the Belarus Free Theater is second to none. But you have also personally turned yourself into one of the very few theater artists in the world who is a leading spokesman for the liberation of her country. You and the Belarus Free Theater are the people carrying the message out most successfully to the world that something is happening in Belarus that, as you say, has led to this latest disaster. And I just, there's not a question in there. There's just tremendous admiration and gratitude for what you do.
Thank you.
Of course. And what it leads me to acknowledge right here is, in a way, I'm incredibly glad we're doing this Zoom. I'm incredibly grateful to Frank for organizing it, for all the theater artists who have participated in it. But in a way, it's also an expression of helplessness. There is so little that we feel we can effectively do right now to help the people and the theater artists and the artists of Ukraine. We send our solidarity. We can't imagine what you are suffering. I think Natalia can imagine it better than the rest of us. But what you are undergoing right now with this unjustified and cruel and war is horrifying to the conscience of the world. And I think the biggest thing we want to do is not claim that we understand what's going on for you or that we understand the way out of it, but that we feel it, we care about you, we are thinking about you, and we believe that our art form, the art form that Ukrainian theater artists as well as American theater artists and Belarusian theater artists make, has the power to make things better. With that sort of statement of humility, I'd love to turn the mic over to my friend and colleague, Tony Kushner, who has made some art that has changed the world and is always very aware of the limitations of that art as well. So Tony, maybe you could introduce yourself just to start and we'll go from there.
Oh, I'm Tony Kushner. I'm a playwright and a screenwriter. Natalia, I'm incredibly moved, as I have been in the past, by your words and the way that you view the world. I think that one thing that you just said that's of great importance for us all to think about right now is that although the horror that we're witnessing in Ukraine and the suffering that the world has basically ignored in Belarus for so many years are linked, and the future of the world is linked to both our willed blindness about the sufferings of the Belarusian people under this dictatorship and our decision now to try and start to pay attention in a new way to Putin's monstrous criminal war against the people of Ukraine. You know, thinking back over the last, I'm 65 years old now, so I was in my early 30s when Glasnost and Perestroika began. They seemed in many ways to be almost miraculous in the changes that they were effecting, that the Russian people were effecting in their own sphere. and as one by one, states that had been formerly absorbed by the Soviet Union broke free of that system, it seemed like there was great cause for rejoicing. But now we know, looking back, that terrible mistakes were made all along the way. And Lukashenko is a good example of it. I mean, dictators who really needed to be recognized as immediate threats to their own people, but potential threats to the stability and sanity of the entire planet, were sort of, if not embraced, then indulged or tolerated. The greatest of these, of course, is Putin. The enormous danger that this man presents to the survival of the planet at this point, looking back, is something that we all could have seen. Some of us, like you, saw. Some of us saw, but and tried to speak about it, maybe didn't speak about it powerfully enough. One way or another, the human race has collaborated in leading us to what feels like, you know, the sort of a pinnacle moment, a peak moment of terribleness and of danger for the world. You know, in moments like these, history has a sort of cruel way of selecting this or that people to be the canaries in the coal mine, or the leaders in the fight against evil. As I think the people of Ukraine have now been enlisted to be. And you know, Oscar's right. There's a certain degree of hopelessness. This monster in Russia has announced his intention to, if he feels it necessary, you know, basically end all life on the planet by beginning a nuclear war. And he's paralyzed the will of the rest of the world by having made this threat. We don't know yet how to navigate our way around it. So we stand by. We need to send money. We need to send human aid and whatever military aid we can send, whatever kind of material support we can give to the people of Ukraine. Countries need to open their borders to allow refugees from Ukraine in, and then take care of them once they've arrived. But we're waiting to see what the path forward is, and the Ukrainian people are the ones who are showing us, if not what the actual path is, that if we stay awake and we stay aware, there is hope. There is the possibility that there will be an end to the night, that we'll actually wake up to a new and better world. We mustn't become paralyzed by despair. We mustn't lose the name of action, as Shakespeare says. And I think that it's enormously important to look at the world the way that you have just presented to it, and the way that your theater has been presenting it to the world all along. Everything is interconnected, and artists have a role to play in continuing to talk about the interconnection of the past and the present and the future, and of all the people of the earth. So I want to thank you for what you said and for the work that you've done.
You know, I can say, and I actually say to all four of you, the work you've done has been incredibly inspiring. And Brecht, you know, said that hope is infectious. And it's one of the things that I felt in working with and watching and applauding all of your work. Natalia, I'm so aware of the decade plus where you continued to put on performances, secret performances, dangerous, risky performances in Belarus, even while you were in exile. The company continued to work. And what we're seeing now in the Ukraine, in this astonishing 6 weeks in which an actor and a comedian has stepped up to the head of his country and is showing by example that simply refusing to give up, maintaining hope, makes things possible that don't seem possible otherwise. And we don't intellectually know how we can end this. We don't have the game plan. But what we are watching is a member of our profession modeling the idea that you continue to hope, you continue to resist evil, and you believe that that will make things better. Even if not for you, it will make things better in the long run.
Can I, Oscar, when you and I were talking about this, we were talking about various poems and things that we, that the situation has called to mind in the last few months. I mean, it's hard to talk about the power of art in the face of tanks and cannons and armies marching across borders and so on. Brecht is certainly a poet that I always think about at times like this. I think about Anna Akhmatova. I think about Adrian Rich, Audre Lorde, and the great Polish poet Czesław Miłosz, who is somebody who certainly endured, survived terrible times. I found this poem by him. I don't know if this is the time to read poems or what. So if it's not, I won't.
We've got about 3 minutes before.
Oh my gosh!
Final thing.
Well, I don't want to take it all up with
that. If it's a 3-minute poem, I think you should go ahead and read it.
I didn't time it. It's not very long.
Go for it.
All right. Unless but there are other people.
Go. That's the way you have to go.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that we. Okay. So Miłosz writes, "Hope is with you when you believe the earth is not a dream, but living flesh, that sight, touch, and hearing do not lie, that all things you have ever seen here are like a garden looked at from a gate. You cannot enter, but you're sure it's there. Could we but look more clearly and wisely, we might discover somewhere in the garden a strange new flower and an unnamed star. Some people say we should not trust our eyes, that there is nothing, just a seeming. These are ones who have no hope. They think that the moment we turn away, the world behind our backs ceases to exist, as if snatched up by the hands of thieves." So I don't know. I mean, there's something about the way in which the villains of our world right now are so determined to tell us that reality is what they define it to be. The sensuality and the materiality of Miłosz's vision is very moving to me.
I just wanted to give you probably the most connected and connected to the events now, and do it very quickly. In this show that I mentioned to you, Dogs of Europe, that we performed at the Barbican 3 weeks ago, we have Belarusian actors who've been through jail in the show, everyone, and managing directors. We have Ukrainian actors and musicians. And we have a Russian composer who is based in Germany, because he been always fighting for LGBT rights, what is not possible in Russia. And he works in Germany. So we started to work 3 years ago, again, connecting all those dots that we must stand up as a joint front. When the war started, wife of our actor was living under bombing from Kyiv while he continued to rehearse. family of our Ukrainian musicians been killed in Kharkiv. Our Russian composer was fighting for his friend in Belarusian jail. At some point, I entered the room and said, guys, there is a major question to ask. Should we cancel the show? Because it's no time for the show now. All of them in one voice said, while waiting for wives to come under bombing from Kyiv to Poland, while never meeting their families again because they are killed in Ukraine, they said, we will, because this is the only thing for us to keep it going. It's our expression and culture, because the main aim of those dictators is to destroy us completely, to wipe us off this world. That's why we did it, and we will continue to do that. This is exactly what needs to give it hope for everyone in America, where it feels very far from reality, but it is reality that could come and hit us very strongly. And Tony, you know, you were with us 11 years, 12 years ago at the protest in New York, when our people been in jail in Belarus. They continue to be there, but we're here and we're standing up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am so proud to call all of you colleagues and comrades and friends. I'm so grateful for the work that all of you do. And I'm going to close off our segment here with a contribution from another artist who's close to us, Shana Taub, who has created a musical called Softs, which is about the passage of the 19th Amendment to give women the right to vote. And this is about 4 minutes of a musical piece, although it's about women getting the right to vote. I think it's also an anthem for those who are fighting for change everywhere. If I can make this work technically, we'll be lucky, but thank all of you, Natalia, Tony, Eric, Jessica.
Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you. We stand in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oscar, are you playing it from your computer? Or is it from our?
I am. Is it not? It's
Oh,
not
great,
coming?
great. Not yet.
Let me start over. Is it okay if I play it from my computer? That's
Sure.
what I was told.
If you're a host, yes, co-host.
Okay. Is it playing now?
Not yet.
Well, something's wrong then, I'm afraid.
What happens if you try to share your screen and play it?
Little green thing at the bottom.
Just going middle in the middle.
Guys, this was such a good idea that I'm afraid is not going to work.
When you click share screen, it doesn't do anything.
Let me try.
There's share content. There's a little green box. with an
How's
arrow.
this? Nothing's happening.
Well, we can add it to the segment of the site when we
All right.
put it
So
up.
we will stop this and thank all of you very much for appearing here. And thank you, Frank, for everything you've done to organize this. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you, Frank.
Oscar. Thank you, Tony, Natalia, and Jessica and Eric. And this was very important. I'm glad we heard the poem from Miloš and Natalia to hear from you. And also, it's a very important and it's a great contribution. Oscar, thank you for putting this together. It means the world to us. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Oscar. Thank you.
Thank
Frank.
you. We're going to go on to the next segment, and we have with us Tony Torn from Torn Page, which somehow seems to be connected. The public theater is BT, PT, and this is TP. And it's one of the largest theaters, one of the great theaters in New York City. And Torn Page is one of the smallest, basically also hosted out of a living room. Tony, where are you now?
I'm actually in Paris. My partner Leanne Brand and I are here to present at a conference about the New York School of Poetry. I did a production of Frank O'Hara's Try a couple of years ago, so I'm going to be talking about that. But it's great because Leanne is going to be able to bring a bunch of special guests to the poetry reading segment of our presentation.
Fantastic. Yeah, it is important to understand that New York City, the landscape of this theater is a kaleidoscope of very different organizations, but they also is so similar because they are different, because they are here in the city. And Torn Page is one of those. Tell us a little bit, Tony. You just worked on also on an anti-war play that came out from the 60s.
Well, yeah, I think it was actually written in the early 70s. So Torn Page is named in honor of my parents, Rip Torn and Geraldine Page. And Rip was very good friends with the poet Michael McClure. And not many people know this, but Rip actually won an Obie for directing McClure's play The Beard in '68. Spider Rabbit is it's a very intense sort of absurdist anti-war piece that Michael wrote, and I think it was a response to the Vietnam War at the time, but it's a fable, and it basically talks in a poetic way, in a comic way, and in a very kind of crazy way about the consciousness that leads to war. I really think it's a piece about how difficult it is to be a true pacifist while taking part in the society that really makes war almost inevitable sometimes, it seems. That's what the piece is. And I'm actually going to show a short excerpt from it. If we have the video lined up, just 6 minutes of it. It's a 40-minute piece. And tomorrow we'll be streaming it for one day only. It'll be on the website of tornpage.org. And we'll also be raising money for the Ukrainian Children's Relief Fund. That information will be available. The main thing is that I just want to say briefly before we do this, I'm a New Yorker. I grew up in New York. And even though I grew up on the West Side, the Chelsea neighborhood, my artistic home has really been the Lower East Side, East Village, working with Richard Foreman, working at the Public, working at, PS 122 now, Performance Space, theaters like Theater for a New City, it's like, that's my artistic home. And that's also a huge center of Ukrainian American life. And so for me, all this is very personal, what's going on over there. It feels like my people, even though my heritage is different. And also Julie Ellis Muse, who played Mabou with me when I did Ubu, Sings Ubu, is from the Detroit Ukrainian community. So I'm very happy to be here to show my support to the brave people of the Ukraine. And to share this piece, which I think is, says something interesting about the mental state that leads to violence and war.
Good. So let's look at the segment and then maybe we talk a bit afterwards. Are you playing it or our team?
I think that your tech team has it.
Okay. Yeah,
We're ready to go.
Those are my carrots. This is my electric song. This is my duffel bag. This is my phone. This is my hat. I'm Spider Rabbit. thirsty. Woo. I'm thirsty, I'm There are 3 hand grenades on the table. This is my spoon, this is my head, this is my double bag. This is my electric saw. And these are my carrots. Hi. I'm Spider-Man. I hate war. I'm Spider-Rat. Hi. It's another hand grenade.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing, Tony, and thanks to Matt Cohn, who gave us also this segment.
Matt filmed the run through for us. This is just the workshop of something I'm doing with Director Dan Safer. We built the show together in a week upstate, and this is a work in progress version.
Yeah, it's one of those legendary, in a way, New York loft performances, an anti-war play coming a bit out of the Vietnam time. What did you discover when you played that? Spider Rabbit, who says he hates war, but he has hand grenades in his duffel bag.
Yeah, he tries to destroy the hand grenades, but there are more. And as the play goes on, he's sort of taken over by his own warlike nature. You know, I first saw this as a child. I was like a teenager. I saw the legendary downtown comic actor Taylor Mead do it. And it really struck me. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen at the time. And it was very, very powerful. And it scared me. It was a very funny and very scary play. And my friend Richard Ryan, who runs Verse Theater of the Americas, kept saying we should do a McClure play. I was like, well, if I'm going to do it, it's going to be this. Yeah. But you know, people say, well, this character is very psychotic in a sense. He keeps shifting between like two different kind of states of being, this sort of like innocent, childlike version, and then this really kind of harsh, violent version. But I don't think that I think that's basically the duality of Spider Rabbit is the duality of everybody who tries to be a good person and tries to be pacifistic, but we're all part of a society that's basically a machine for conflict. And that's what I got out of working on this play, was an exploration of my own sort of like dichotomy and what we all deal with, the moral dilemma we're all dealing with. You know, can we really be pacifistic? Can we change? Anyway, that's what it's working on the piece is all about.
Thank you. And it really worked. And Michael McClure also as a poet who wrote for the theater, who got, if I remember right, arrested every evening when he performed himself, the beard or others. It's quite a stunning part of his history.
The beard famously ends with a sex act that was illegal to be presented at the time. So they happily went to jail every night.
Happy went to jail every night. Great. How will we time it? Should we move over to tender button press?
Yeah. Michael McClure is a poet, and we do lots of work from poets at Torn Page. And Leanne Brown is going to introduce the next section. We have a wonderful group of poets here in Paris who are going to be joining us to support Ukraine.
Thank
you. Here she is.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you, Leanne, for joining us.
Hi, Frank. Hi, everybody. I'm broadcasting from Paris. I'm looking out to the courtyard, and I see a Ukrainian flag on a window, just 3 windows over. I just have 2 poems I'm going to read, and then I'll introduce. I have 2 other groups. So this is what I wrote just when I heard the war in Ukraine was happening a few weeks ago. War. Poison comes out of the tap. Money for nothing. A little child in a parking deck has seen a building fall, quote, with people in it. Rolling over the city at random, a huge round claw, crushing cars with or without people. Little empty arch, dusty, inexorable, vengeful and revengefully far, but very near. Is this what we were born for? And then the other poem I'm going to read is after a tarot deck study I've been doing. It's for the Tower card. TV, Tinder, the Tower, lightning. The Tower being card of the year. Bolt of light hits Tower. The crown comes off. People fall, follow with each other. Oh, I can think of it as a break in the poem. I was stuck in the middle of when the towers fell. It took me many years to finish it. I really never did. It changed everything. Now I don't know what will happen, but I do know it's a big inner explosion, outer transformation. The tower is being toppled, a series of explosions. Buildings are burning, illumination in burning. Sugar is sweet, this is bitter. The dragons of dawn pull me out of language. They are the energies of a dream I can ride. I can see when they will take me down the geyser of water. Then I give the Prince of Love to behold in my daily garden. Visitation, sword and spectrum at the ready. I hear a voice say, you can't put the blood back in the body. I finally forced myself to watch. My heart broke numb. Separate mind and body. That's a very serious injury. I both overhear and experience tonight. The terrible crystal. Every angel is terrible. You can't put the blood back in the body. You can't put the lightning back in the bottle. You can't put the sword back in the spectrum. You can't put the hand inside of a vector. You can't take a picture inside of a mountain. You won't know when the cake is finally ready. You can't bomb the poem. It's here. And now I'm going to get my friend Lytle Shaw to read. He'll read 2 poems. Lytle?
Oh, am I?
Yes, say your name.
Hi, I'm Lytle Shaw. I'm going to read a poem called The Hansen-Spancrete Complex. That's for the Center for Land Use Interpretation. Craving the Hansen horn, I went in search of the Hansen's complex learning pond, where I would find the operative Hansen, Hansen Vivian, captain of the Spancrete complex, the Hansen-Spancrete complex. I was literally blown off my course by Hansen's major alluvial fans. A Spirian Tier typhoon forced me to turn complete cartwheels at the aggregate mining area of the Hansen-Spancrete complex. Vivian Hansen now silenced the typhoon with the Hansen horn, expediting the assembly of engineered plateaus and causeways, the ubiquitous functional structures fringing the complex's learning pond, fed by the Schlitz aquifer. Meadows glowed a spectral green, wind changing 4 directions in minutes, when Robert Vivian, the brother of Hansen Vivian, spotted a subsurface a contamination plume jetting 12 stories, threatening the Schlitz aquifer. After a sputtering of the Perkins noise burst across the Hansen-Spancrete complex, the Hansens instantly recognized the threat and gripped hard the Hansen horn, directing interns across the capped pits toward incursions from a division of Perkins-Elmer. Puffs of hot wind swept through the streets of the Hansen-Spancrete complex. Corn slurry. Hansen Vivian hit his head. A sickening, sulfurous smell fogged regions of the capped pit at the call of the Perkins noise. Compromising the learning pond, corn slurry bubbled over the Hansen Ridge from the junction of Perkins-Elmer, causing the Schlitz aquifer to percolate up through precast concrete structural members as interns churned furiously at safety valves. Vivian Hansen again manned the Hansen horn. I was having a hard time getting a turn. Vivian expedited the assembly of a temporary corn slurry causeway at the Perkins-Elmer Gap, capping the Schlitz aquifer breach with a structure of great utility to the Hansen-Spancrete complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Lytle. Now we have one more performance from Lisa Robertson and Jean-Pierre Antoine. Okay, y'all are on. Thank you. So just can sit and they'll see you.
Okay. Well, we'll.
I'll sit
behind it.
Right.
Probably the bar is not.
Yes, it's on.
We're on.
Oh,
We're
yes,
on?
yes.
Oh, okay. Well, come. Okay. So we are going to chant a little text from poet and artist, Belgian poet and artist Marcel Brotars. And it's made up of 3 words in French.
which translated would be object, metal, and spirit or mind. So, objet, métal, esprit. 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe Leanne, tell us a little bit about Tender Button Press.
Well, it's a over 30-year collective of a lot of friends and poets and cross-disciplinary artists. I've been based in New York or wherever I am. And I usually publish experimental poetry by women and other gender expansive beings. And it's usually sort of avant-garde, very playful work. I'm interested in expanding the realms of poetry in the page and on the stage and in the streets.
Mm.
And on the
yeah. You are in Paris representing, I think, the New York School of Poets in a way, and to speak about them. They're often known for their situational poems, like the Frank O'Hara's or the Carlos Williams or many others, but not as openly political or socially against on the first view. How is that is that changing? Is that a hallmark of New York poetry, or is it an engagement like we heard earlier? Tony Kushner read a poem from Milosz, Czesław Milosz, about hope and war and how to cope with it. How is the engagement at the moment of poets with the new situation we are in?
Well, in New York itself, there's many, many circles of poets. New York School poetry is sort of a particular thread of, like you're saying, Frank O'Hara and all that amazing everydayness and this playfulness of language. But I would say there's politics in that, and that you're trying to just be alive in the present moment, and you're like being playful with and being perceptive of what's going on around you and interweaving it with all of culture. And I don't think it's about the personalist political, but it's in a more playful kind of language way. But I think there's, like I said, there's many styles of poetry in New York that overlap, many circles.
The first poem you read, which is about the war, and then the beautiful second one, but as you can't bomb this poem, it actually exists. But tell us about the moment when you said, I'm going to sit down and write a poem about what happens in Ukraine.
Well, just sometimes I feel like this vibration up moves me to, I have to write something. It just seems, this impulse that happens. And I actually wrote that on a piece of stationery. I haven't even typed it up yet, but I wrote it because I knew it was something that I wanted to keep track of. And it was just something that I just had to let out. That's what I think it is related to what you're saying about the occasional poem that New York School poets do. to try to write what arises in the day, you know, what's happening, and you relate it to, you know, what you see in the news, what you feel, and where you are. But I wrote a letter to myself about it, and I sort of knew it was a poem as I was writing it. I just knew I had to write something down, because it just like your molecules sort of vibrate to a higher level, and you say, I got to let this out. And then later you look at it and say, oh, that's a poem, you know.
Mm-hmm. We heard throughout the day from quite deep connections actually the New York theater community has to Ukrainian artists, because there's also a large community, whether it's in Pittsburgh or Chicago or Long Island or in New York City. How is it in the New York scene? Are there connections to the Ukrainian contemporary writers of poetry?
There's definitely, there's connections all over the world. I can't name them right off the top of my head. I'm sure there are, but I know that there have been a lot of benefits throughout all the art, you know, schools and groups in you know, in the poetry communities across New York. I mean, like the Bowery Poetry Club, St. Mark's Poetry Project. There's a lot of action going on, and online too. And like a lot of the musicians are mixing, like I think Patti Smith was doing something the other day. But yeah, it's a lot of you know, cross-pollination and activation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great outreach. I think it was Brecht, and he came up earlier, also with Kushner and with Eustace, who said, you know, what will we sing about in dark times? And he said, well, we're going to sing about the dark times. What do you feel? What should we be? What will you be thinking about?
Well, it is it's a challenge to write about, you know, write around these dark things, you know, but I definitely will. Yeah, like I had to really look for a poem that I thought would be appropriate, because I do write about more celebratory light things. I try to attend toward that, but I think that I also write a lot of ballads that tell stories, and I think that's one way that I think I can deal with the stories of things that happen that are dark, you know, like stories we have to tell each other so they won't be repeated, you know, in history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, Tony performed a poem performance, you know. Yeah. There is a long history of poetry and theater, and perhaps, you know, this is also a time where it will reconnect. We just heard a choreographer before. He's outside of the cornfields of Kyiv. He was dancing. He said, I can't dance, I'm writing now poetry. There is a long history, I think, of New York poets, right, engaging with theater and performance.
Yes, there's a lot of poets theater throughout the generations, and we're sort of continuing that strand of like doing plays in our living rooms, you know, and a place where the language is the star, like where you really can have anything be a character in any situation. There's no limit, you know, what you can have a mountain be a character, or you can have anybody talk to anybody else in a poet's play.
Yeah, and many do argue that perhaps one of the very, very first off shows, or it was invented by poets, you know, and Frank O'Hara, you know, said, it's just, you know, perform our poets here. And of course, it will never get into a theater. It was even never on their mind. But there is a strong connection. The living theater held that up very much. They felt so close to the artists from the Beat Generation, who they hosted and also performed. And I think they did the William Cullen Williams play themselves. So you're part of a great tradition, and look forward also that in these times, you know, it will reemerge perhaps also and take a stand. Because often New York theater often is so commercial that we don't have those theater wizards, but the Broadway industry, the big machine, and to really say this is you know, something that is art, and it's for the mind, and it's for healing and to create meaning for the time we live in.
Yeah, I'm really part of the poetry community that does, you know, ballads on the street corner. I mean, I do, you know. And keeping things wild and keeping them full of imagination is what poets do. You know, that's necessary anywhere for anybody. If you lose imagination and wildness, you're really lost. So that's what we want to keep doing.
That's true. That is true. Well, thank you. You kept the imagination alive. That beautiful Marcel Prothers reading. I will keep that with me. Thank you for taking time out of your precious time in Paris I'm sure you missed the dinner because of us. So thank you. Thanks to Tony, Tone Page, and the Tender Button Press for participating.
To be included. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. We're going to move over from that tiny torn page where like 10, 15, 20 people can sit to that great venue, a large one, the largest as far as I know, the Park Avenue Armory here in New York City. And we have Michael Lonergan with us. Michael, thank you for joining us. Tell us a little bit about you, your institution, and what you have for us.
Hello, everybody. Really great to be here. My name is Michael Lonergan. I'm the chief artistic producer here at the Armory. What we have is to offer in support is probably a little different than what has been happening so far. Is in this is a work by Bill T. Jones that we filmed last year, and we wanted to share it with everyone because we think the resonance of it is just as pertinent now as it was at that time. So that's what we're going to work with.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the Armory. It's perhaps not as much, it's a kind of a slightly newer, even so, of course, we know about a venue. Tell us a little bit about the building, the history, and what you do.
So the building was built, early in the last century as really a social club, and it had fallen into disrepair, and a group of people conserved the building and ultimately took a lease of the building from the state to turn it into an arts center. And that took place around 2007. And we have been working, sort of developing and changing ourselves as we have gone from year to year to year, where we initially were predominantly presenting works, and have now moved more into producing our own work, also co-producing with other like venues around the country and the world, and really trying to be a place where not only international artists, but New York artists and American artists can find a space that where they're able to take chances and really work at a scale that is not as frequently made available to them.
Yeah, we are reacting to that war, even so they call it special military operation. As someone joked, we should now all read Tolstoy's Special Military Operation and Peace, his novel. But the Armory itself is, of course, has a military history. It was a place where troops did exercise, right? It's one of the largest spaces in that sense. And if you go inside, so you're reminded by the paintings and of that history. So it is actually a place that was used to prepare for armed conflict or for, and now it's an art space. Is that right?
It is an art space, and it really was. The men that started that building were very much in support of Abraham Lincoln, and it was really out of obligation at the time that they needed to be part of a militia. They never saw battle, and even though it has all the trappings of a military base, as it were, it really isn't, and it really never was. The National Guard did have offices there, but as far as a true military outpost, unlike some of the other armories around New York City, it did not serve that function. It's really a beautiful building is often thought of as having some deep military background, but it did not.
Did not in that sense, but it's gigantic. The space is almost a football field size. At least that's how it is feel. There's Ariam-Nushkin comes there, and Goebbels and the big operas, Shakespeare, all Shakespeare companies, and everyone. So tell us a bit about the work of Billy T. Jones, or should we go to him right away? But tell us a bit from your perspective.
Sure. So, I mean, this piece that we are going to share is an excerpt from a piece that was created in 2020. We commissioned Bill during the height of the pandemic to think about a work that he would like to do in the drill hall in our main space. And so he came up with this piece that he titled Afterwardsness, which is a Jungian term that is about how one deals with their psyche after a trauma. It is, and that is the definition of afterwardsness. It's how one deals with your psyche after trauma. And so he came up with this because it was really in response to, at the time, the twin pandemics that were sort of plaguing America at that time, you know, not only COVID-19, but so many of the killings of Black and Brown people that had really taken an accelerated pace over the summer and of 2020. So we wanted to create a work that addressed that and how one deals with the trauma of not only a pandemic, both a social pandemic, but also a medical pandemic. And he created this piece, which at the time, the Armory was only allowed to have no more than 100 people in the building. So he was given the entire drill hall and only 100 people to perform to. And that is what he created. It was a stunning piece then, and it's just as haunting now, which we can share with you shortly.
Yeah, and quite an incredible use of projections. And we would like to thank Laurie Nelson and, of course, Rebecca Robertson, who was also, you know, one of the artistic directors. So, so we go to the introduction. I think Billie T. Jones created something for us just for today. So we're going to play that, and right afterwards, we're going to see the video. Will we have time to talk at the end, or will it be right to the?
I think it goes right to the end of our time.
Right, go the end. Okay, so Michael, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for making it happen. It was a complex thing to make it also publicly available, but we thought, and I think you are right in that, you know, this might have a special meaning also for everybody who's not deeply in that crisis, for us also saying, what will this really mean, and the afterwardness of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great work.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bill T. Jones, the creator of Afterwardsness. As an artist and choreographer, I was nurtured in a world that placed freedom of thought, freedom of movement, and freedom of expression in the highest regard. Still, the global coronavirus phenomena provided a powerful challenge to this worldview. Afterwardsness is a work whose very form and means of sharing with our audience had to accept limitations and find a strategy of adapting to the truth of our times. We humbly offer this work in gratitude to the Ukrainian people for demonstrating what freedom is and what it costs to practice it. We thank you.
March 13th. March 16th. March 18th. March 21st. March 23rd. March 26th. March 28th. March 30th. April 3rd. April 9th. April 21st. April 23rd. April 27th. May 1st. May 3rd. May 5th. May 8th.
He had a long chain on. 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 He had a long
May 11th.
They killed another man.
Well, what a beautiful beautiful piece. Thanks to Billy T. Jones for having been with us, and the Billy Jones Army Zane Company. This is fantastic, Michael, and congratulations on that work. And now we look at it even with different eyes about these bodies on the floor. Thank you. We're going to go right away over to the next piece. We go to Abrons Art Center. The AA, which meant they started our alphabetical lineup, and we have with us here Aaron. We want to thank Greg T. Peterson, who's the artistic director, who couldn't be with us. But Aaron, tell us a little bit about Abrons Art Center, also where you are.
Hi, it's nice to see Frank, and nice to see Milan and Yelena, my friends and collaborators. And I'll tell you, I'll give you a little background on Abrons. Abrons Art Center is a home for contemporary interdisciplinary art in Manhattan's Lower East Side neighborhood. And that's also where I'm coming from. I'm on East 7th Street between B and C, Lower East Side. A core program of the Henry Street settlement, Abrons believes that access to the arts is essential to a free and healthy society. Through performance presentations, exhibitions, education programs, and residencies, Abrons mobilizes communities with the transformative power of art. I'll also add, I'm a resident artist at Abrons, and I have been as a playwright and as a social practice artist, have been there for the last 6 years. And I'll say that one thing I love about Abrons is that it invests in and insists on the value of community solidarity, even if it's uncomfortable. And they work together really well with artists to make our processes, even if the processes are really long and unruly, valuable to the community. The last thing I'll say about Abrons is we do an Indigenous land acknowledgement at all of our performances. Abrons Art Center is situated on the Lenape island of Mannahatta in Lenapehoking, the Lenape homeland. We pay respects to Lenape peoples, past, present, and future, and their continuing presence in the homeland and throughout the Lenape diaspora. We offer our care and gratitude to the land, water, and air of Lenapehoking, and are committed to resisting colonialism and imbalance with Mother Earth through the support of Indigenous-led programming and Indigenous artistic practices. And I'm going to turn it over to Milan Vracher, who's going to introduce himself in Kultura Nova, and also Jelena Galovic.
Fantastic. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to see you again, and thank you for preparing this for us.
Hello. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I'm Milan Vracher from Novi Sad, Serbia, representing Association Kultura Nova from Novi Sad. Novi Sad is the second biggest city in Serbia, and we are the organization that exists for 21 years so far, and been developing many projects, mostly interdisciplinary and intercultural projects. We have 4 main pillar programs that is called similar as the name of organization is. So Teatr Nova, Muzika Nova, Media Nova, and Futura Nova. This collaboration with Aaron is obviously part of Teatr Nova department, and yeah, great to be here.
Jelena, how about you?
Hi, hello. Hello, Frank. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jelena. I am an artist, an actress, and a performance artist from Novi Sad. I work with Kultura Nova for many years, and I met Aaron through a project that we all did together. And I'm just so happy to be able to contribute in any way.
Thank you. So you are both at the moment in Serbia?
Yes.
Yes. How far is it away? How far is that away from, let's say, Kyiv, Odessa?
Well, I will just tell you that recently, like maybe a month ago, a missile ended in Zagreb, which is in Croatia, like capital of Croatia, which is some 500 kilometers from here. So basically, we really feel in, I would say, on our skin how close this war is, because basically there is only Romania which we are bordering with in between Ukraine and Serbia.
So what I'd like to do is just start. One of the things that I like about this process, which we'll tell you more about in a second, but what Milan, Jelena, Uroš, another actor, and other performers that we have been doing is we just keep collecting material and conversations through our process. It's very much like any devising process or ensemble work. And so one thing that Milan sent that we wanted to play, it's just a 2-minute clip of Bertolt Brecht testifying at the HUAC committee, the House Un-American Affairs Committee in our country. It's just a very quick quote, and then we'll go into reading to you a bit. So I'm going to share my screen. It's going to take a second because I'm not the brightest bulb on the block. Here we go.
Is there a sound?
You can't hear?
No.
Not yet.
I tell you what, why don't we put that in the chat for later? How about that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
Let's do that. It's a really beautiful, quick quote and really funny. So we'll go, and we have made a kind of dialogue out of our conversations, and then we'll read you a little bit from an earlier version of this larger project called Language Reversal, whose name might change, but we want to welcome you. And then here we go. So welcome to Language Reversal, a collaboration between Kultura Nova and Novi Sad, Serbia, and me, Aaron, a resident artist at Abrons on the Lower East Side of New York City, Lenapehoking.
In 2013, we first worked together on a translation of a play by Aaron called Open House,
which was originally commissioned and presented by the amazing Foundry Theater here in New York in 24 different apartments.
In that play, the imaginary dystopian future that was a metaphor about gentrification was a lot like our past, when your country bombed ours during the reign of Milosevic.
And then after that, after we did that, we were really enjoyed working together, and we were like, hey, let's work on something new, but what? And that was about 2015.
Yeah.
In 2016, we got a travel grant so Aaron could come over and we could start a kind of assembly process. We still didn't know what to work on.
And then in October of 2016, I bought a plane ticket, and that plane ticket was for November 15th, 2016. When I bought the ticket, I was still not sure what we were going to do when I got there, but we had that ensemble theater maxim of we'll figure it out in the room.
And then on November 9th, 2016, Aaron writes and he's like,
Milan, man, we're going to need a fucking toolkit for this new time here.
Because Trump was elected.
And so I went there and talked to people who'd been active in the resistance under Milosevic. And I also asked people I knew here to send versions of their own resistance toolkits, recipes, catchphrases, maps, poems.
In that first trip, we talked about the history of Yugoslavia and its ending, about what we call Yugo nostalgia, for when we were more powerful.
And we talked about how you keep your shit together when the bombs are falling, and make coffee in a basement shelter when there's no electricity or running water, survival skills.
We talked about people in the US who have been always operating under a regime of terror there.
How do you just survive the next day?
In 2018, we made a piece we were going to perform together at La Mama, but we couldn't get visas for Cultura Nova, which was a very real problem under the Trump administration.
Now we are asking ourselves what we can offer again.
Because just as we thought, maybe this work together is too sprawling and too long, or maybe we don't know what the value is, or maybe the pandemic has fucked all of us up.
And now there is this war in Ukraine, and the country that protected Serbia in 2000s, Russia, namely, is committing war crimes now.
And yes, it is closer to home for you, and it's even closer for us.
And there is this story that I already told you that about that missile that landed in Zagreb.
And so we're reading Mother Courage again, and we're watching Brecht's testimony at HUAC, and maybe we can do something with that.
And we are looking at material from our past 5 years and several visits and reframing it in this new light. Here is a new scene we've been working on.
Boop, 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 boop. Hey, Milan, did you get that video I sent of that talk show host pointing out the irony of how differently we are treating refugees from Ukraine versus how we treated refugees from Syria?
Yes.
Isn't it ironic?
Yes, but
I mean, we have to point that out in our work together, right? Like the double standards, it's like so glaring.
Yes, but
I mean, it's so clearly about the hypocrisy of, I don't know, I mean, nations in general, but also race, of course, in the US. And maybe that's also why I think it's how things are different between our two countries now, and how, sorry. Yeah?
There is one thing that is a little bit missing, I think.
Oh, okay, sure.
Even Trevor Noah misses something.
Wait, Trevor Noah does?
Yeah, I mean, when he says this is the first time since World War II there has been a war in Europe.
Oh, okay. Because, oh.
Yeah, dude, what do you say? We out here?
Right. But that was, I mean, you guys were, I mean,
the enemy.
I mean, well, no, but well, you know, yeah. So this was a scene that came a little bit from one of my own blind spots. Like I literally sent that clip to Milan and he was like, hey, wait a minute. So that's part of our learning process. I want to switch now and have Yelena speak a couple of texts from the piece we made in 2018. And just so you know how this worked, this first thing is from Lazar, who was a student protest leader in Novi Sad fairly recently. And we performed this at La Mama, but we couldn't get visas to have Cultura Nova come over. So what we did was Culture Hub sent someone to Novi Sad and they set up a link so that Cultura Nova was performing at 1:30 in the morning in Serbia to an audience that was fairly rowdy. And then we performed at La Mama at 7:30 at night and we live cast it. So we had people on stage in both places performing at the same time. And we had a US performer doing the English version and Serbian performer doing the Serbian version. So this is some text that Yelena is going to do from Lazar.
Most people here in this country, maybe everywhere, we just want to go to work. We don't want to be bothered. This is our goal. Don't bother me. Maybe I can grow some tomatoes or my uncle will make some rakia or slaughter some pigs. But I hope they can see that with what people are making to live on, how much insecurity, you can have a foundation of life that you want because there is nothing to base it on. There is not enough money to just go about your life. What is part of one country or another? Where it starts and ends. We don't know that from year to year. So the parties, the platforms, it's too soon for that. First, we need some kind of recognition that we are not a country. We are a place with no institutions. We are a borderless place. It's like if you have a body, but you don't know where your body begins or ends. And then someone says to you, where do you want to walk to? And you're thinking like, do I even have legs? You can have more power if you leave no foundation for people to build an opposition. That is what has been done to many disenfranchised people forever. You take away the foundation. My friend, he studies economics in Germany, and he's very normal, you know. He says that when he comes back home, he goes to protest because that is where the society is. Society lives and has a chance. It's affirming when no other place is affirming. There are no politicians here. There are only managers and marketing people.
Thanks, Yelena. And then the second piece that Yelena is going to read is from a woman named Vishnia, who's an actor who we all know in Novi Sad.
Now here's the thing I will tell you about myself. For a long time, I had an illness. What it was is somewhat mysterious, but that's not important. It was also very real. It was in my body. And for a long time, people told me, and I believed, the answer was only to fight. Fight the illness in the body until you have beaten it. For a while, I made progress, but not all the way. And after a while, I was so tired and I was fighting only with the half of my heart. And I felt I had to learn to accept that illness, that it was a part of my body. I had to learn to love my body too, not just fight it. And fighting helped, but loving my body and the illness as the part of my body also helped. I am well. I'm more well now. And I wonder if this is like your country. Are you only fighting this illness that has taken over your body and not loving it too? Can you love that much? Maybe not now, and definitely not only. Maybe soon or later. I know this isn't quite right. This is a touchy thing. There is a wound there that some people had ripped open the whole time. A country is not a person or a body, especially not this one now. Maybe a country carries wounds the same way the body does. Maybe part of this fight is a loving one. Maybe you must become your whole body and love it enough to get the illness out. I don't know if I agreed with this, but it is what I did to save myself.
Yeah, that was it. And this is some more new text in preparation for the next time we see each other when Aaron comes to visit us in May.
Rewind. Yugo nostalgia.
Make America great again.
Mir, stabilnost, Vučić.
Peace, stability, Vučić.
What do we take responsibility for? Drone strikes, colonization?
The obsolete technology of the nation state. Maybe a borderless land is okay, because a lack of a horizon means we don't know where to aim to.
A border is obsolete, dangerous.
Once you have a country, then cultures are fucked.
Because culture is fluid and borderless, and country is fixed. A map of limits, rigor mortis.
A hollow place, defined by what it is not.
Once you have a country, the history is fixed.
See, we fixed it. We named it. This is ours now. That's yours over there.
We have a right answer and a measure of value. And if we have the bigger guns and the louder chants, it doesn't matter. We can rain down on you so much misery.
Even if the map says we don't have the right.
Our margins together are sites of possibility. Slava Ukraine.
Slava Syria.
Slava Gaza in Tel Aviv.
Slava Lenapehoking.
Slava Brooklyn.
Slava Sunset Park.
Slava Novi Sad.
Slava discomfort.
Slava disgrace.
Slava grace.
Slava history.
Slava right now.
Slava future.
Slava the soup and the coffee and the Sunday paper.
Slava the baby in the bath.
Slava the grandmother in the spare room.
Slava the car and the train and the bus.
Slava the cat and the sun on the bed.
Slava the friends arguing about what was the better story.
Slava the maudlin pop music and the cynical alcoholic novel.
Slava the garbage collectors and the librarians.
Slava all the thankless jobs.
Slava the new and the countryless planet.
Slava.
Slava. Slava. Slava.
The last thing I want to read, have us read, just take a couple minutes, is excerpts from a statement by Alla Gutnikova, one of the editors of the Moscow student journal Doha, who are all facing prison sentences for inciting minors to take part in illegal opposition protests. So we'll each read a section. And some of this is by other people, some of this is by her. In the Kabbalah, happy Passover, there is the concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world. I see that the world is imperfect. I believe, as wrote Yehuda Amichai, that the world was created beautiful for the goodness and for peace, like a bench in a courtyard, not a court. I believe that the world was created for tenderness, hope, love, solidarity, passion, joy.
And Mahmoud Darwish says, as you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Don't forget to feed the pigeons. As you conduct your wars, think of others. Don't forget those who want peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others. Think of those who have only the clouds to drink from. As you go home, your own home, think of others. Don't forget those who live in tents. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others. There are people who have no place to sleep. As you liberate yourself with metaphors, think of others, those who have lost their right to speak. As you think of distant others, think of yourself and say, I wish I were a candle in the darkness.
Be like children. Don't be afraid to ask yourself and others what is good and what is bad. Don't be afraid to say that the emperor has no clothes. Don't be afraid to yell, to cry. Repeat to yourself and others, 2 + 2 = 4. Black is black, white is white. I am a person, strong and brave, a strong and brave woman, a strong and brave people. Freedom is a process by which you develop the habit of being inaccessible to slavery.
Thanks, y'all. And that is what we have for you prepared.
Fantastic. Thank you so very, very, very much. And for both of you there in Serbia for taking the time. And it's also a good reminder that crises come and go. There's war going on at any time on this planet, even so this is now so much more on our minds. It has been a constant presence, even so over the last decades, with the world and the planet experienced less of such conflicts, and we hope it will stay that way. But in case one day we are also behind, like the Serbian, Croatian, Yugoslavian conflict, one day we'll look back on this Ukrainian-Russian conflict, and hopefully we have learned something. Tell us a little bit, Aaron, about your way of working. It's so truly unique. It's kind of a citizen, civil engagement, documentary way, theater of a real, as Carol Martin would say. Tell us a little bit how you work and why do you choose this way of working in theater, not saying, I'll take a Tom Stoppard play.
Well, who's to say? We might end up with a Tom Stoppard play.
Yeah, which is great. They're great.
Well, I would say the two things that kind of underpin my work in general is that I think the people I'm working with are the experts, which is something a little bit borrowed from Rimini Protocol, the troop in Germany, but it's a real feeling I have in my heart that when we started working on this process, it was like I needed something from Milan, Jelena, the rest of the folks in Serbia, and we had already built a trust. So I think experiencing my counterparts as the people with both knowledge and expertise, and then on a very functional level, when I work through interviews, I don't write notes and I don't record. So it's different from a lot of documentary theater. And I think it's a kind of ineffable thing for me where I believe that the people I'm talking to know themselves the best. And I learned this approach from an ethnographer named Gregory Snyder, who also works without notes and without a recording device. And what that does is makes me beholden to the people I talk to. So I listen to people, I write down what I remember, and then I go back to them and say, does this sound like you? Or how does this sound to you? And then we often collaborate on the final result. And something about that for me is just about understanding, dealing with a power dynamic that often happens when one person from a privileged place travels to another place with varying levels of privilege. And that travel could be within my own community, right? Like down the street, or it could be overseas, or it could be within the US.
Yeah, thank you. Jelena, when you perform or you read these texts and that text form, quote unquote, as you said, real people, experts of life, how does that feel for you as an actor? How do you perform them differently than written lines, or how do you approach the text?
I don't know, I somehow feel that they are so real. Everything is so authentic, and I don't know, I feel a lot of life and emotions in all of these words, and I really enjoy working with Aaron and the way he works, because everything is created so fluently, and it's a real collaboration and a real joy.
Yeah. So do you feel, Milan, that this captures reality or what is real in a stronger way than, let's say, works of imagination or poetic rendering of an experience of a moment of life.
Yeah, very good question. Thank you for that. We're still collecting our materials, and basically there are so many stories to be told. But yeah, I mean, the way of work, I think, is good. It's almost actually like poetry, because it's like we are catching some phrases and like making a collage out of it. I think the only thing that differs what will come in the play at the end and what will not is if we feel that text. Does it have this, let's say, level of authenticity that Jelena talked about?
Yeah, it's a great project. It also shows what theater can do. It serves as an archive. It investigates. It looks for truth. It shows that it cares. And, as someone said, did you know what happened there and there? Someone wrote a story about it, or someone made a film about it. It showed it's important, it's significant, and it has meaning. And for the time when one listens, one is in a safe place in this world, and we share a time together in a group, where we project that hopeful image which we talked about today, that the life is hopefully optimistic, that things are getting better even with all the setbacks. We're coming now to an end of our session, and I would like to thank you so much, and Abrons Art Center and Greg for making it possible, Jelena and Milan, and of course Aaron, who we know over a long time and admire his work. For our audiences, in case you are listening, we are doing now a shift. We have 12 hours or up to 6 hours. Our team is going to shift, and we're going to have a new one. So we're going to, for 1 minute, there will be a little bit of a dark space, and then we will join back again. So please do refresh your browser if it doesn't work. So I hope that you will stay with us. It has been, I think, remarkable to hear Bob Wilson, Oscar Eustace, Tony Kushner, Billy T. Jones, so many people who shared their thoughts on this crisis. Penn, World Voices, that started off with us, and so many others. So thank you so much, and see you soon. And to HowlRound, which is going to be next, actually, with us. So we know it's going to work because they are the ones who help us to run all of this. HowlRound Theater Commons is next with Thea Rogers, and she will be joined by members of the New York's Al Limite Collective. It's an offshoot coming out of the Living Theater. So thank you so much. And they will read from the work of Judith Malina. Thank you. And then I counted, you're here with us, and